Senator Grace Paul will lead the chamber in prayer.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Diyos na aming mahal, hinihingi po namin sa inyo ang inyong patuloy na gabay at proteksyon, lalong-lalo na para sa aming mga kababayan sa Mindanao at sa Marawi. Naway, liwanagin niyo po ang isip ng aming sandatahang lakas at bigyan sila ng tamang mga desisyon na magpoprotekta lalong-lalo na sa buhay ng mga sibilyan sa lugar na yon. Bigyan niyo rin po ng gabay kaming nasa Kongreso at Senado na aming tukuyin kung anong makakabuti para sa iyong mga tao, para sa mga nakakarami. Hinihiling po namin ito, mahal na Panginoon. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
The Secretary may please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senators Angara, Aquino, Binay, De Lima, Drilon, Ejercito, Escudero, Gatchalian, Gordon, Onasan, Monteveros, Lacson, Ligarda, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Po, Recto, Soto, Trillanes, Villanueva, Villar, Soberi, Senate President Pimentel.
With 16 senators present, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the 85th session, Tuesday, May 23, at a later hour.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend the session and call all senator caucus in the Senator's Lounge.
Session is suspended.
May we ask all the members of the Senate to join the President Pro Tem and the Rules Committee to tackle certain issues of the day. Ayan.
Suspended the holdover or may appointment? Suspended na tayo.
Discuss natin sa hearing. Ang gusto ko, ang pwede sa akin.
Okay ako mag-interview dito. Kahit initial preliminary interrogation.
Nakasunod doon sa agenda. Pwede, oh. Sure, yan siguro. Mr. President, we're ready to resume.
Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'd like to acknowledge a number of guests, but it's a very lengthy list, so we'll just make mention of the guests of Senator Aquino, the representatives from the Lakbay Buhay Anti-Death Penalty Pilgrims from CDO to the Senate, 21-day march. I'd like to welcome them to the Senate, Mr. President.
Welcome to the Senate.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved. The Secretary is directed.
Bills on first reading. 1469, an act extending the term of office of elected barangay officials, postponing the October 2017 barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan elections, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 9164 as amended, entitled An Act Providing for Synchronized Barangay and Sangguniang Kabataan Elections, amending Republic Act Number 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991 and for other purposes by Senator Soto III.
Refer to the committees on local government, electoral reforms, and people participation and finance.
Resolution number 387, entitled Resolution Congratulating and Commending Indira Lacerna Widman for bringing honor to the country by being among the year's recipients of the prestigious Whitley Award presented by Her Royal Highness, the Princess Royal at the Royal Geographical Society in London, England on 18 May 2017, Senator Soberi.
Refer to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, to speak on a matter of public interest, may we recognize Senator Mig Zubiri?
Senator Zubiri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, my dear colleagues. Mr. President, yesterday the whole nation was shocked to learn of two incidences of terrorism. One was in Manchester, United Kingdom, at the concert of pop artist Ariana Grande at the Manchester Arena, where 22 lives were lost and dozens were injured. The other one is within our shores, at the heartland of Mindanao in Marawi City, where as we speak, Mr. President, lives are being lost and innocent people are taken against their will. As a senator from Mindanao, I'm appalled and indignant with the brazen manner that this group, the Maote group, I dare say terrorists, have occupied certain buildings and installations in the city, burned some buildings, and terrorized not only the people of Marawi, but even the adjoining provinces and cities. Let us take a look at some of the terrorism and havoc these terrorists have been doing, or are doing now in Marawi City. This is a picture of Dansalan College being burned down. Some of the pictures shared to us, that's the college to this morning. These are some of the members of the Maote group. As you can see, if you go back to the previous picture, as you can see, they're riding openly in pickups. Mr. President, fully armed. And surprisingly, they do not have any face masks. So that's how brazen they are now, not afraid to show their identities. On the next slide, we'll see them congregating on the left side of the picture. These are parts of the city, some barangays in Marawi. Some of them have commandeered even armored vehicles of banks. And in one picture we'll show, the next slide, they even commandeered the PNP personnel carrier and flew the flag of ISIS on top of it. This is a picture of ISIS controlling the BFP, or Bureau of fire trucks. And you can see some of the ISIS members congregating on the sides of the streets. Here's in one mosque, they planted the flag of ISIS, or the famous flag of ISIS. And these are some pictures in other parts of the city where you see dozens of armed men looking like ninjas in their black fatigues, scouring the streets looking for the next victim. This is the residents of the city leaving the area for fear of their lives, Your Honor, and I believe it's still traffic, humongous traffic going towards Iligan City as we speak. And these are some of the residents that are fleeing the area. I'll show you a video. This is a very strange video that we had come across, Your Honor, wherein we can see the ISIS patrolling the streets, or Maute group, rather, patrolling the streets. In this case, there was a convoy of SUVs, Land Cruisers and patrols, where they stopped. If you can rewind that, the Land Cruiser opened its window. I presume these people are officials. They opened the windows, and you can see on the right side the Maute group members waving at those inside the SUV. If you can see it after a few seconds, they're waving, like saying, "Hello, sir," and then they let them come across and leave the area. So, Mr. President, enough is enough. This group has pushed back the gains we have achieved in the aspects of the peace process with secessionist groups and for the economic development of Mindanao. We have taken great strides to bring development in Mindanao and pursue inclusive growth for our people. And this incident has brought us a step backward. I believe we should rally behind the President. This is a time for unity and courage. We should show our people and the whole world that the Philippines is no place for terrorists. We have to use all constitutional means to suppress lawlessness and once and for all eradicate terrorism from our land without disregarding the paramount safety of the civilian population. We should fully support the AFP and the PNP in fighting and neutralizing these terrorists and place them before the bar of law. These terrorists should fully account for the man-made disaster they are creating and the miseries they are causing the people of Marawi City as we speak. As a senator from Mindanao, I understand the President's frustration in dealing with these armed groups all across the region. We should take this as a chance to finally disarm them and deal with their sympathizers from some LGUs coddling these terrorists. With the declaration of martial law in Mindanao, it is hoped, Mr. President, that any threat to national security and public safety in the area will be neutralized. The military and police should be prepared to take extreme action themselves. We could be looking at a total lockdown, rather, of the whole Mindanao mainland and Sulu and Tawi-Tawi archipelagos to cordon off the coastal areas. We know that many of the terrorists are often better armed and equipped than our soldiers and police. They sometimes carry more lethal weapons, plus the fact that they know the terrain and they have sympathizers on the ground, frighteningly catch our soldiers and police flat-footed. We as lawmakers and policymakers, with the power of the purse, should reverse this disservice to our troops and equip them with better and modern weaponry to boost their fighting capability and bring up the morale of our soldiers and police. We should not let these incidents become a contagion that will destroy several decades of gains in integration, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence. The Marawi conflagration, if uncontained, Mr. President, will send us back to square one. These terrorists want to bring us back to the Middle Ages with a clash of religions and civilizations, and back to the violent 12th century AD, where the Crusaders would be fighting the soldiers of the Caliphate of Salahuddin. That is the agenda of these terrorists. If we don't eliminate these terrorists, we shall lose the gains that we achieved for inclusiveness and religious tolerance, especially that we in government has passed laws for our brothers in Mindanao and for our Islamic brethren. Our government, recognizing the importance of our Muslim brothers and sisters, have passed laws and holidays commemorating Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. The creation of the Commission for Muslim Filipinos, graduating them from a mere office of the past, which was the ODA, or the Office, or OMA, or Office of Muslim Affairs. We even created the Mindanao Development Authority, who in fact is led by a brother Maranao, Secretary Alonto. In fact, Minda and my office are in the midst of packaging an infrastructure program for Mindanao, with inputs coming from the local communities, leaders, and even lumads. Congress, Mr. President, is also eager to reestablish the arrested debates on the Bangsamoro Organic Law to prove to our Muslim brothers and sisters that we are serious with our wish for further autonomy for our brothers there. Military might, Mr. President, is crucial. Victory cannot be won by statements and exhortations for peace alone. The force and direction of our anti-terrorist muscle and brains must jibe. Therefore, we appeal to the local communities and LGUs to support our combined military and police efforts. Help the government in intelligence gathering to rid these areas finally of extremists. Let us be vigilant, Mr. President, so that we can reestablish peace and order. Let me ask, how did so many foreign terrorists gain foothold in so many pockets in Mindanao? Where were the civilian eyes and ears of the AFP and the PNP? And I wonder why some of the LGUs don't know this or just look the other way. I hope we can have a multiracial, multi-faith society one day, Mr. President, such as Singapore and Malaysia. These societies have prospered out of the productive economic, political, social, and peaceful coexistence of Muslims with peoples of other religions. Sabah, for example, Mr. President, has a Christian governor leading a Muslim-dominated state. Singapore, the busiest trading and financial center in Southeast Asia, is very multi-faith and multiracial society. Remarkably, both these societies flourish under a strong rule of law. The law is applied equally across all faiths. I believe, Mr. President, that Islam is a faith of peace. I have many Muslim friends who I consider brothers and sisters living in these areas. They don't share the extremist ideologies of these terrorists. We know that the vast majority of Muslims do not like what is happening in Marawi right now, Mr. President. They also do not want the contagion to spread to Iligan City, Cagayan de Oro City, or any other city in Mindanao, to enumerate a few of the prosperous and peaceful centers of growth in our region. Many towns in my home province of Bukidnon also border with Lanao del Sur and is close to Marawi City. As a Mindanaoan, I know a majority of Muslim Filipinos want to achieve peace in their lifetime. So do we, Mr. President, their neighbors, their Christian neighbors. We don't want our children and grandchildren to cower in fear of terrorists, as what has happened in Ipil and in Zamboanga City sieges, from where we should have learned our lesson. As we have spoken inside the lounge earlier, this has happened before, Mr. President. And that's why I propose that the military and local chiefs draw up a quick reaction protocol so that the community can close ranks easily and repel such extremist incursions, or even just the sightings of suspicious individuals and movements of arms. This has been the case in the province of Bohol, Mr. President, where quick reaction of the communities help our armed forces. We have this now, Mr. President. Unfortunately, Senator Gordon is not here yet. But in our organization, the Philippine Red Cross, we have what we call the Barangay 143 program, wherein one barangay will have 43 volunteers, and the 43 volunteers will be in charge of blood, disaster management and preparedness, and other needs of the barangay during a calamity. This could be a workable template for civilian and military anti-terrorist collaboration. If the Red Cross can be quick and effective in disaster risk reduction and management, because we have volunteers in every barangay who monitor and report any disaster that is happening in their areas almost in real time, Mr. President, I believe we can replicate the Barangay 143 effectively in anti-terrorism efforts. Thus, this representation stands behind the President, our Commander-in-Chief, in his declaration of martial law in Mindanao. Let us finish this menace once and for all. And to my brothers and sisters in Mindanao, be assured that Congress will work with the executive and guarantee that the strong arm of the law and justice will prevail in our island of Mindanao. As Congress will hold, or possibly hold, a joint session on the declaration of martial law for the mainland of Mindanao, Tawi-Tawi, and the Sulu Archipelago, the principles of justice, tolerance, and peace shall be in the foremost in my mind. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mabuhay po ang Pilipinas.
Thank you, Senator Zubiri. Majority Leader.
Senator Bam Aquino wishes to be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Bam Aquino is recognized.
Mr. President, this is not an interpellation, just a short manifestation. Like the good senator from Bukidnon, my mother hails from Davao, so in many ways I'm also a senator from Mindanao and not just Tarlac, Mr. President. What happened in Marawi is very near to me, Mr. President, because I visited them just last Friday. And last Friday, we were there to inaugurate the 508th Negosyo Center and the first Negosyo Center in ARMM. At doon po sa provincial capital where the Negosyo Center was, we had friends from the military, we had businessmen and businesswomen, people from the academe, from DTI ARM. And just last Friday, Mr. President, everyone was so hopeful that by focusing on jobs, focusing on trade, focusing on supporting their families through business, that we could really lead our way towards peace. So, Mr. President, when news broke out yesterday, it was very troubling for me and people in my office because we were just there. And we have been texting with our friends and supporters in Lanao, with the military, our friends in the military who are currently doing their operations there. And our hearts go out to them, Mr. President. No, we support the AFP completely in what they're doing. We support the PNP in what they're doing. And of course, Mr. President, we want to see an end to the firefighting as soon as possible. I'm trying to get some information if the firefighting has stopped. No? As of lunchtime today, Mr. President, it seems there still is sporadic firefighting. And definitely, Mr. President, as soon as the violence has stopped, it's a wake-up call for all of us to really put in more development in the area. Because, Mr. President, the long-term solutions to this, as many of us know, is really the development of the area. These areas, Mr. President, if you look at their metrics in terms of development, they lag far behind the rest of the Philippines, Mr. President. And yan yung isang rason, Mr. President, kung bakit nagkakaroon ng extremist behavior in these areas. Why it is easy to recruit to do these types of terror activities. Because, Mr. President, if you look at their metrics in terms of education and poverty, di hamak mas mababa po kaysa sa rest of the Philippines. So, Mr. President, as much as we support, of course, the AFP, the PNP, our government in terms of stopping the violence as soon as possible and creating safe spaces for our countrymen, I think it is a wake-up call for all of us to really ensure that education is at par in this area with the rest of the Philippines, that infrastructure is at par in these areas with the rest of the Philippines. We just finished the BICAM for free higher education, Mr. President, where you are, of course, one of the main proponents. And we want to see this development not just in Luzon or Visayas or other parts of Mindanao. We want to see this in the ARM areas as well. Today, we will ratify the free public Wi-Fi. When I was there, Mr. President, yung tanong nila, Senator, ang ganda po niyan, pero ang bagal-bagal pa rin po ng internet dito sa amin. Clearly, Mr. President, what is happening now, as much as it is an enforcement and military issue, it is also an issue of development. And I think, Mr. President, to really put an end to these terror activities, we need to focus on that just as much as we are focusing on the efforts towards quelling the violence, Mr. President. That's all, Mr. President. My quick manifestation. I thank the gentleman from Bukidnon for his very passionate speech. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Mr. President, may recognize the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Majority Leader. The Minority Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As agreed during our caucus, I'm supposed to present a motion for inviting the responsible officials of this administration to personally brief the senators on this declaration of martial law in Mindanao. But before I do that, with the permission of Senator Subiri, may I just ask one or two clarificatory questions on the privileged speech, Mr. President?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Just a clarification. The last sentence of your privileged speech, Senator Subiri, gentleman from Bukidnon, it says, Congress will hold a joint session on the declaration of martial law in mainland Mindanao. Is there such a call already at this stage?
Actually, after this was done, the speech was done this afternoon, before we had a discussion earlier in the in caucus, wherein if we are not going to go against the declaration, as you mentioned earlier, a joint session may not be necessary. So when I wrote this speech earlier, I was of the belief that a joint session may be necessary after 48 hours. But as I said earlier, I said possibly. That's why I put the collotelia before I read that joint session will be called. I said possibly a joint declaration may be called.
Yeah, because just for clarity, well, the concurrence of Congress is not necessary. But the Constitution provides that within 48 hours, the President must notify Congress of the declaration of martial law and the factual basis for that. And the Congress, in a joint vote, may revoke the declaration of martial law. That's why I was surprised at this statement, but as the sponsor declared, this was done before our caucus this afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you.
Just on another point, first we congratulate Senator Subiri for the very quick briefing of the situation in Mindanao, and particularly in Marawi City. My question is, it appears that the Maute group. By the way, what is Maute? Why is it called Maute group?
That is the name of their leader. It's a family, a Maranao family, the surname.
The surname of the leader
of the group.
Of the terrorist group.
The terrorist group.
They appear to be well organized.
Yes.
Because they could not have those long arms, they could not have all those logistics unless they are well organized. Is that a correct assumption?
That's a
sir?
correct assumption, Your Honor.
And recruitment is being done or was done over a period of time.
That's correct, Your Honor.
What were our armed forces doing? Why was this not noted?
As a matter of fact,
shouldn't we hold them fully accountable? Yes, you said in your speech that these terrorists should fully account for the man-made disasters they are creating and the miseries they are causing the people of Marawi City. We agree.
Yes.
But shouldn't we also hold accountable our officials who failed to detect such activities, and it has resulted in this disaster that we saw yesterday?
That's why, Mr. President, Your Honor, I asked the question earlier. how did so many foreign terrorists gain foothold in so many pockets of Mindanao? The Maute Group, Mr. President, to this distinguished colleague from Iloilo, have members of foreign terrorist Jemaah Islamiyah with them. As a matter of fact, in the last encounter with the military, where they bombed the hideouts, they had recovered bodies of foreign soldiers or foreign fighters, foreign nationals within their midst. And even last night, in midnight, the ANC had shown, I don't know if some of you were able to catch this, a video footage of their training in the hinterlands of Mindanao, climbing up walls, going through these obstacle courses, practicing karate, and then in the end, they all came together in a graduation party where they were all celebrating without face masks. So it boggles the mind that we have these videos, and yet our intelligence operatives of the PNP and AFP have not been able to identify all of them one by one, and it has come to this, wherein a major city of Mindanao has taken over, or at least is under siege by them. That's why I asked earlier, how come so many foreign terrorists have gained foothold in many pockets of Mindanao? Where were our civilian eyes and ears? Where were the assets of the AFP and PNP? And what were the LGUs doing about this? So this will be in tune to your motion, distinguished minority leader, I'm sure, for calling for a briefing, or asking for a briefing of these agencies together with Malacanang on their declaration.
Would the gentleman agree that, at least on the surface, there appears to be a failure of intelligence in this case?
Well, I mentioned that earlier to the chairman of the Committee on National Defense, who himself is a distinguished former member of the Armed Forces, Senator Panasan, and he says that's the biggest
Now, what did you tell
alibi.
our committee chairman?
No, I asked the committee chairman about the failure of intelligence.
Oh, okay.
And he says, you know, that sometimes the most maligned state, or the most misused or abused statement on times like this. Because in all honesty, yes, there was a failure of intelligence, but even in the land of James Bond, they were not able to stop the bomb in Manchester, which blew up 22 children. So when you deal with extremists, sometimes there could be lapses in intelligence. But what is important, Your Honor, are the safeguards. Nangyari na po ito. You were Senate President when this happened in Zamboanga
yes,
City,
yes.
in the Zamboanga siege.
Yes.
So obviously, the Maute Group travels around or operates around Lanao del Sur. I believe one of our colleagues had mentioned that there was already a threat made by the Maute Group to take over. I think Senator Risa Ontiveros had mentioned that there was already intelligence reports that they really wanted to enter Marawi City. We've been to Marawi City, Your Honor. I've been to Marawi City. There are several checkpoints in each entrance, whether east, west, south, or north. So, and these checkpoints are police checkpoints that have police headquarters. They have police outposts and military outposts. What happened to all these outposts and all these armed personnel? How did it come to be that they were able to commandeer, as I showed in the picture earlier, government equipment like PNP transport vehicles, their PNP jeeps, our Bureau of Fire trucks?
How do you know, Mr. President, that this was not voluntarily given to them or lent to them by our government officials?
I would not want to make a guess, Your Honor, because I believe some PNP personnel were killed in the firefight. So, to give credence to them, I'd like to wait for the report.
Anyway, Mr. President, how much is our intelligence funds? I know that this was increased tremendously for this year's budget. I know how many billions. Is it 5, 6?
Yeah.
How much? 4.590 billion. Yeah, I understand it's 4,593 million for 2007 round. This is an increase of more than 100%, I suspect. I suspect this was not in this level, anywhere near this level last year. So there is so much support from the Congress to our armed forces and police for intelligence gathering. And this is not the first time. I mean, in the previous administration, the same episode we see, the same shortcoming we see. So how much we will say it's 4,950 million. And almost by divine providence, Senator Honasan last week asked for the activation of the Select Committee on Intelligence Funds. I am not saying that Senator Honasan predicted what will happen today, but last week he said, let us convene the Senate Intelligence Funds and for the purpose of asking the recipients of the intelligence funds who is supposed to gather information to account for in closed session how did it happen that all of these things could have taken place right below the noses of our armed forces and our PNP.
Yeah. Well, I was approached by the majority floor leader to make a correction. The whole amount that was being volunteered earlier, I believe, is for all the agencies.
Yes.
What we'd like to know, maybe during our briefing later on, would be how much for the military, the AFP and the PNP intelligence funds, and what
also
they're doing
the
with it.
office of the president, because the
yes,
office of the
yes.
president is not an intelligence gathering agency. It is the recipient of the intelligence gathered by our intelligence elements, and the expense is supposed to be for intelligence gathering, and therefore it's not only AFP and PNP, but also the office of the president with our national security advisor there, the NISA, etc. We should include this as part of the apparatus for intelligence gathering, as it should be included. So maybe it is in the select committee that we will inquire into more detail. We do not want this in a public debate as to how these are being utilized, but on the surface, it would appear that the failure of intelligence is something that is a matter that we should inquire into, because there appears to be such a failure of intelligence, and this is alarming, even considering that about 4.5 billion of public funds are used for intelligence gathering information. So with that, Mr. President, may I now formally move, as we have agreed in the caucus, that we invite the Secretary of National Defense, the National Security Advisor, the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, to brief the senators in closed session on what transpired in Mindanao. We note that under the Constitution, the President has to submit within 48 hours from the declaration of martial law a report on the factual basis of such declaration, and it may be best that the report be explained and given more detail by the responsible officials, and the senators will be given an opportunity to ask questions and to dig deeper on the facts of this case, just for information of the senators. So I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to the minority leader.
Senator Gordon wishes to be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spent the whole night last night at the headquarters of the Red Cross monitoring events, and I would not go as fast as saying that there was a failure of intelligence, because there are several sides to it, and our military men were trying to do their job. I cannot just mention things here without compromising certain of our people. But in fact, I think there was intelligence being gathered, and I'm one with the Senate Minority Leader, as the Senate President, as Senator Honasan, Senator Lacson is aware of, and even Senator Ligarda, that we must really get some sense into the abstraction that is now the intelligence gathering community. There is a NICA that is coordinating, but it's not in charge. It's not able to make the proper analysis from the intelligence gathering and to be able to come out with the necessary operations that would succeed. But in the case, and I don't want to go drift as far as that because I think there will be a time for it, and I support the move by the Senate to call them all in. But I think we should also look into the other failures. The real failure, for example, is in Mindanao, is in Zamboanga, because that was an extended battle that lasted 2 or 3 years practically. We were there for 2 or 3 years. And that could have been prevented, and that is not the first time. You go back all the way to Nur Meswari in Zamboanga, in Sulu, when they burned Sulu. These very radical failures are quite glaring, and we should really look, because we have to help our people, our soldiers, and for that matter, prevent further bloodshed. So I support that resolution, but I just want to tarry a little on the matter of yesterday's event. I understand that there was an operation being undertaken, and there was a big gathering also of certain people there that caused all this, running around. There's a lot of things going around, like the hospital was taken over. It was not, Mr. President. There were, if you look at my tweets, there was, it was very sad to know that there was a Christian and another Muslim who were armed groups, so to speak, that both died. They tried to save them in that hospital, but the hospital was not taken over, Mr. President. And so there were also a lot of nurses and doctors from the Red Cross who were there at that time, and they had to, some of them had just gotten back to Iligan as I speak. But the real problem now is all the people who are jammed in 10 different exits trying to get out. There are about over 200,000 people in Marawi, and they're coming in like an exodus. Reminds me of the World War II exodus of people leaving Manila when it was being bombed, or certain areas when it is being bombed, and there are certain privations that have to be faced, certain risks that have to be faced, and certain stresses that have to be faced up with. So, Mr. President, I'm glad that we're doing this, but I'm not ready to say that there was a total intelligence failure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
you.
President, for giving me the opportunity to give my privileged speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Subiri, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may we then, after that motion by the Minority Leader, may we then ask the Secretariat to inform the Senate President, who will be arriving tonight, of the said motion and the approval of the Senate, so that the proper invitation can be issued either by the Secretariat or the Senate President himself. Thank you, Mr. President. Also, to speak on a matter of public interest, may we recognize Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Senator Risa Ontiveros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Majority Leader. Mr. President, I rise on a point of personal and collective privilege. Yesterday afternoon, we were all jolted by news that elements of the Maute group had laid siege to Marawi City. Several facilities were occupied by this group, including a government hospital, City Hall itself, the city jail, and Dansalan College. Buildings were being set on fire, and fire trucks were detained and held by members of the terrorist group so that no assistance could be rendered. Chilling photos in social media and news sites showed ISIS flags being hoisted over public buildings and on the streets. This was the same terrorist group, Mr. President, responsible for the Davao night market bombing last year. Mr. President, there are no words for this unspeakable tragedy. Just yesterday morning, we were commiserating with the citizens of Manchester, England, whose young people became victims of a terrorist attack at a concert. Only a few hours later, our own countrymen and women from Marawi were flooding social media with desperate entreaties for help. Sabi nga po ni Marawi City Mayor Majul Usman Gandamra, we are not okay. I can only condemn in the strongest possible words this brazen act of terror and inhumanity that is an assault on our country, our people, and the peace-loving values of Muslim peoples all over the world. Terrorism, however, should be responded to not with bloodlust nor unfettered state violence. Actions of the state must be measured, even as they should be prompt and decisive. I don't want to preempt the report of the President before Congress, but I'd like to express my concern over his words this morning, saying, and I quote, "Martial law is martial law. It will not be different from what President Marcos did. I will be harsh." It concerns me that the President appears to be unaware that any martial law declaration made in this post-Marcos era will by necessity be different from Proclamation 1081. Then, Marcos did not need Congress's approval. There was no possibility of overriding the proclamation. Now, the proclamation needs affirmation by Congress, who can also revoke it. Then, the military took over the civilian courts and Congress was eventually abolished. Now, the judicial and legislative branches need to remain functioning and will continue to be headed by civilians. Then, when the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus was suspended, the suspension could apply to anyone. If the President suspends the privilege of the writ now, it can and should only apply to those charged with rebellion or detained or offenses connected with the invasion. Furthermore, that person arrested or detained should be judicially charged within 3 days. These changes have been installed in place precisely because of our nation's experiences with executive excess and overreach. Kaya po, isa ko pong tanong sa Pangulo, ano pong ibig ninyong sabihin na ang inyong martial law ay igagaya ninyo sa martial law ni Marcos? When you say you will be harsh, do you mean that you will be as harsh as the dictator who threw journalists and critics into prison? As harsh as the dictator who authorized waterboarding, Russian roulette, rape as forms of torture? As harsh as the dictator who co-opted the judicial and legislative branches and arrogated unto himself all the powers of the state? As harsh as the dictator under whom the Malisbong massacre and the burning of Jolo were perpetrated, leaving searing memories of martial law in the minds of generations of Muslim Filipinos? Terrorism must be met with decisiveness. But I fear the implementation of martial law in the hands of a government that has demonstrated a poor track record in the area of human rights, and in the hands of a president who has time and again expressed disdain towards the rule of law. If the people's human rights are wantonly violated under peacetime, what more under martial law? Kung ang ating uniformed personnel ay hinahayaang maging abusado at marahas sa panahon na walang martial law, paano pa sa ilalim ng batas militar? What has become of the declaration of the state of lawlessness imposed by the President in the aftermath of the Davao night market bombing? And has this been assessed in terms of what it has accomplished and where it remains deficient? Why, Mr. President, why do we keep resurrecting relics from our painful history instead of coming up with new solutions and modern strategies that are in accordance with the rule of law and our international commitments? These are questions I, as legislator and therefore constitutionally mandated to check on executive excesses, need to ask at this difficult moment confronting our nation. These are questions that I call on you, my fellow legislators, to keep asking as we navigate our way through these murky waters and as we listen to the President deliver his report to Congress tomorrow. I call on this chamber, Mr. President, to, at the proper time, express the sense of the Senate, to remain steadfast in our commitment to human rights, to protect the lessons that we have learned from Marcos's martial law, and to ensure that that dark period of history will never happen again. Yes, let us rally around the flag. But rallying around the flag means defending our cherished values that include human rights and civil liberties. It doesn't mean being blind to the excesses of leaders, nor accepting of authoritarianism. Let us rally behind the government, but let us do it for the right reasons. Make no doubt about it, terrorism is a monster to be suppressed. But in suppressing this monster, let us not rouse another monster, one that carries with it the legacy of so much blood and pain. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Risa Ontiveros. Majority
President,
Leader.
may we recognize Senator Manny Pacquiao
Senator
also to
Pacquiao
speak
is
on a matter of public
recognized.
interest.
Mr. President, just to query Mr. President and to the good majority leader, so are we referring my speech before, or is this an interpellation, Mr. President? It's not an interpellation.
Majority Leader,
May I have a 1-minute suspension?
session is suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Senator Manny Pacquiao, sir, Mr. President.
Senator Pacquiao is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege. I fully support the declaration of martial law in Mindanao by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. As Mindanaoan, Mr. President, I believe that this is timely and necessary. The violence perpetrated by the Moro extremists in Marawi City has to be stopped. Martial law is the right move to empower the military and the police to restore stability and order in the area. Now is not the time for us to be divided as a nation. Let us understand that the President makes this tough decision with the welfare of the people in mind. I am appealing to the civilian populace not only in Marawi City but in the entire country to stay calm and vigilant. Let us support our government. Let us be responsible by not spreading unverified reports. The President is constitutionally bound to provide explanation within 48 hours to justify his decision. Our current Constitution provides adequate safeguards against possible abuses, which are not available in our previous Constitution. There is nothing to fear about martial law. It is for the good for our land and the safety of our people. To our brothers and sisters in Marawi City, rest assured that you are in our thoughts and prayers. We are praying for your safety during these trying times. We are also praying for our brave soldiers and law enforcers who risk their lives in the field just to make our country a safe place to live in. Mr. President, thank you and stay strong, Marawi. God bless us all.
Thank you, Senator Pacquiao. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we refer the three privileged speeches to the Committee on Defense.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are in receipt, Mr. President, of the copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1353 and House Bill 5159. With the permission of the body, may we recognize the chairman of the Senate panel, Senator J.V. Ejercito, to give us the highlights of the BICAM report.
Senator Ejercito is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Masunod niyo.
Your Senate panel of the Bicameral Conference on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1353 and House Bill number 5159 is pleased to report that we have come up with the reconciled version in which we are submitting today for ratification by the body. Mr. President, for the information of my colleagues, may just cite some of the salient points of the reconciled bill. Number one, the definition of emergency in BP 702 as amended was further amended to include the case of a pregnant woman in active labor. Emergency is now defined as a condition or state of a patient wherein, based on the objective findings of a prudent medical officer on duty for the day, there is immediate danger and where delay in initial support and treatment may cause loss of life or cause permanent disability to the patient. Or in the case of a pregnant woman, permanent injury or loss of her unborn child or would result in a non-institutional delivery. Thus, it will be unlawful for hospitals or medical clinics to refuse pregnant women who are about to give birth just because they do not have money to give to the hospital as deposit, which hospitals often require as a prerequisite for administering basic emergency care. We hope that with this provision, we will no longer read or hear of a case of a woman giving birth in a taxi because she was turned away by a hospital. Number two, to deter hospitals or medical clinics from demanding deposits from patients in emergency cases, the penalties were increased. Aside from imprisonment, any employee, medical practitioner, or official of the hospital who violates the provisions of this act will pay an increased fine of 100,000 up to 300,000 pesos. Moreover, with the violation, if the violation was committed pursuant to an existing hospital policy, aside from imprisonment, the director or officer of the health facility will pay an increased fine of 500,000 pesos up to 1 million pesos. And upon the third violation, the license of the hospital shall be revoked by the Department of Health. Number three, lest it be misconstrued that this measure is merely punitive, the reconciled bill provides for PhilHealth and reimbursement to hospitals for the expenses incurred in administering basic emergency care to indigent or poor patients. Furthermore, the hospital can declare the other costs of basic emergency care given to indigent patients that are not reimbursed by PhilHealth as tax deductible. Finally, the reconciled bill provides a mechanism for mediation and resolution of complaints of patients against hospitals who demand deposit for emergency or serious cases. A health facilities oversight board shall be established under the Department of Health to be composed of a DOH representative, a representative of the Philippine Medical Association, a representative from private health institutions, and 3 representatives from the organizations advocating for patients' rights and public health, one of whom should be a licensed physician. The Oversight Board shall investigate the claim of the patient and after adjudication, impose administrative sanctions such as the revocation of license and shall facilitate the filing of criminal case in the proper courts. That will be all, Mr. President. May I then move that we ratify the conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1353 and House Bill number 5159 as submitted, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Ejercito.
We have no objection. The motion was propounded by the sponsor, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are also in receipt of the copy of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1277 and House Bill 5225. This is the measure on an act establishing free internet access program in public places in the country and appropriating funds therefore. So with the permission of the Chamber, I move to recognize the Chair of the Senate panel, Senator Bam Aquino, to give us the highlights of the Bicam report.
Senator Aquino is recognized.
Mr. President, for the information of the body, the House has approved and ratified the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1277 entitled An Act Establishing the Free Internet Access Program in Public Spaces in the Country and Appropriating Funds Therefor, and House Bill number 5225 entitled An Act Mandating the Provision of Free Wi-Fi Access in Public Areas. Mr. President, I have the honor to submit a copy of the Conference Committee report with a joint explanation on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1277 entitled An Act Establishing the Free Internet Access Program in Public Spaces in the Country and Appropriating Funds Therefor, and House Bill number 5225 entitled An Act Mandating the Provision of Free Wi-Fi Internet Access in Public Areas, as my sponsorship speech, and consider it read in toto into the records, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Aquino. Majority Leader?
We have no objection, Mr. President, that the be submitted
Into the records, Mr.
into the
President.
records as deemed read.
Yes. Is there a motion to approve the
Yes,
bicameral
not yet,
conference?
Mr. President. I move first that we act on the.
Is there any objection?
Motion, Senator
There being
Aquino.
none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 1277 and House Bill 5225, and that the text of the joint explanations be inserted.
Is there any objection to the motion? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Congratulations, Senator Aquino, Majority Leader, and to all our colleagues, Senator Ejercito. Senator Aquino is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may, just a quick manifestation of thanks to all of our colleagues for passing the Free Internet Access in Public Places Act. I thought it best, Mr. President, to give a short manifestation because we're in need of good news today. Isang pirma na lang po at magiging batas na po ito. And this measure will empower Filipinos with internet access, which is also access to opportunities, access to education, information, access to livelihood, to jobs, and to business. Marami po ang nagtrabaho na maipasa ang batas na ito, and I would like just a few seconds to congratulate all of them and thank them for their contributions. Here in the Senate, of course, the Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Recto, has been pushing for this for years. Dare I say decades? Years, Mr. President. Co-authors are Senators Pangilinan and Senators Pacquiao, as well as this representation. My co-sponsors, Mr. President, are Senators Recto and Poe. I'd also like to thank interpolators, Senators De Lima, Recto, Villanueva, and Zubiri, who helped make this bill into a better one. Finally, Mr. President, BICAM members, Senators Binay, Ejercito, Recto, and Villanueva, all supported this representation in the Senate panel, and thus, I think, Mr. President, we have an even better version from where we originally started. It's truly an honor sponsoring this measure, Mr. President, and we hope that this can be a step towards improving internet services in the Philippines, which of course has become a pain point for many of our countrymen. Let's push for the swift and successful implementation of the Free Internet Access in Public Places Act, and of course work on parallel efforts like the National Broadband Plan and the entry of more players and internet providers into the country. Let's all work together, Mr. President, to achieve our goal of faster, cheaper, more reliable internet services for every Filipino. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Aquino, for your stewardship and leadership in passing this measure.
Senator Pangilinan wishes to have the floor, Mr.
Senator
President.
Kiko Pangilinan is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I understand it correctly, as far as our rules and tradition is concerned, the senator who files the bill that is of the lowest number, the first bill on a subject matter, is considered the principal author. So, Mr. President, we were the first senator to file the free Wi-Fi measure bills. For the record, Mr. President.
And also for the record, this bill has been filed in several Congresses ago.
Yes.
Majority
The Secretariat is well aware of this, and that's why when you look into the records of the Senate or the journals, you will see that it is what is followed. And perhaps it would be best for some of our colleagues who are sponsoring different bills that if there was a previous senator who have filed the same bill, it is best that they are given credit for it somehow mentioning during the sponsorship speeches. We've practiced that in the 9th and 10th Congress, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Senator Aquino,
Aquino.
Mr. President, I'm not contesting that unwritten rule here in the Senate, although for the record, Mr. President, it is a little disadvantageous for senators in their first term.
That is correct.
Maybe, Mr. President, our good majority floor leader can come up with a more equitable rule down the line, Mr. President. We would support that.
Mr. President, it's very difficult to change tradition, Mr. President. That has been the practice since the first Congress. We are in the 17th Congress, Mr. President. Thank you. Anyway, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special order, Senate Bill 909, under Committee Report Number 77.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
With the permission of the Chamber, I move to consider Senate Bill 909 under Committee Report Number 77.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we ask the Chair of the Committee on Games and the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Senator Pampilo Lacson, be recognized.
Senator Lacson is recognized.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I have the honor to report on the Senate floor Senate Bill number 909, authored by Honorable Sherwin Gatchalian and co-authored by the Honorable Joel Villanueva, entitled An Act Increasing the Penalties for Other Illegal Gambling Activities, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9287, entitled An Act Increasing the Penalties for Illegal Numbers Games, amending certain provisions of Presidential Decree number 1602, and for other purposes as embodied in Committee Report number 77. Mr. President, let me tell you a true story. In early 1992, a young police superintendent, fresh from his 28-month stint as commander of the Cebu PC Metro Discom in Central Visayas, having been absorbed into the newly constituted Philippine National Police by virtue of Republic Act 6975, enacted in 1991, received his marching order from Camp Crame to report as the new provincial director of the Laguna Provincial Police Office in the southern Tagalog region. On the eve of his assumption of command, he heard loud knocks at the door of his house at around 10 o'clock in the evening. It was his elder brother, who was then a bank branch manager somewhere in Parañaque City of the now defunct Interbank. He said he was told by one of his bank's valued clients that his younger brother was to assume command in Laguna Province. With much excitement, he lost no time in saying, "Tol, may kausap akong kliyente namin sa bangko. Nalaman niya na ikaw ay ma-assign na bagong hepe ng pulis sa Laguna. May offer siyang 1.2 million pesos kada buwan. Wala kang dapat gawin. Basta wag mo lamang pakikialaman ang operasyon ng huweteng sa probinsya." He went further by suggesting that he was told to open a numbered account in his branch. A monthly deposit of 1.2 million pesos would be credited without fail. Nobody would know, he assured. Just like that. Look the other way, life would be easy and comfortable for the police superintendent, probably for a long, long time, enjoying the benefit of what could be his lifetime savings. In the story, the younger brother firmly declined the offer, but not without admonishing his kuya for his naivete and not realizing what he just said to his younger sibling. A month later, the 1.2 million peso offer would become 1.8 million pesos after the new police director went hammer and tongs raiding and running after the huweteng operations with such tenacity nobody could imagine. I am sure, Mr. President, even as I speak and as you listen, there are many PNP officers, superintendents, or even those of higher ranks who are going through what that police provincial director in my story had experienced. Maybe some likewise resisted the temptation. Others have probably caved in and accepted such lucrative offer. For the latter, the huge amount of money in exchange for so little or no effort is indeed tempting. It is also risky, yet addicting once it pays out. For once some people in authority and position of power have tasted the underground perks, they will always look for more, and there lies the risk or danger. Mr. President, may matandang kasabihan, nabasa na rin lang, maligo na ng tuluyan. Human experience would tell us how petty corruption morphs into something big, then bigger and bigger, until a person, mostly clothed with official authority, doesn't know anymore how and when to stop. Worse, from monthly takes, courtesy of gambling operators, he shifts to a much bigger protection money from smugglers, drug lords, and the like. And before anybody realizes it, the whole country is faced with serious national security and economic problems. Mr. President, from my previous statement, allow me to highlight the words tempting, risky, and addicting. These words form part of the formula for corruption. Moreover, these exact words also fit perfectly to another menace in our society, illegal gambling. Both corruption and illegal gambling are prejudicial to society and destructive of good governance as they feed on man's greed and craving for earthly possessions. At present, illegal gambling has remained a multi-billion peso underground industry with patrons coming from all walks of life, cutting across sectors and social status. This is attributable to the fact that it comes in so many forms to cater to one's preference and budget. Mr. President, in 2004, during my first term as Senator of the Republic, I authored Republic Act number 9287 that increased the penalties for illegal numbers games. 13 years later, please allow me to recognize the fact that the same needs to be updated. It is my privilege and honor as chairman of your Committee on Games and Amusement to be standing here to present amendments to a law that I originally authored when I was a neophyte senator. Moreover, allow me to say that the timing is no less than perfect, considering that it will complement our Chief Executive's directive to intensify our government's fight against illegal gambling. May the same be as relentless and uncompromising as the war against illegal drugs in dealing with large-scale operators and their protectors in government and in law enforcement. Mr. President, Senate Bill 909, courtesy of our colleague Senator Gatchalian, adopts the same scale of penalties provided for under Republic Act 9287. Under the proposed amendment, the said penalties shall now be made applicable to other illegal gambling activities, namely, number 1, cockfighting or tupada. Number 2, hayalay or horse racing. Number 3, Karae Cruz or Pompiang. Number 4, 7-Eleven and any game using dice. Number 5, blackjack, lucky 9, pusoy or Russian poker, monte, baccarat, sakla, kwahaw, panggingge, and other card games. Number 6, mahjong, domino, and other games using plastic tiles and the like. Number 7, slot machines, roulette, pinball, fruit game, and other mechanical contraptions and devices. Number 8, dog racing, boat racing, car racing, and other forms of races. Number 9, game fixing, point shaving, and other machinations in individual or team efforts contests. And number 10, banking or percentage game, or any other game or scheme and its derivatives, whether upon chance or skill, wherein wagers consisting of money, articles of value. Mr. President, these illegal gambling activities are already long defined as criminal acts in our statutes. These days, we rely on navigational applications such as Waze to avoid traffic congestions. Kung saan kalye tayo padadaanin ni Waze, only to find out na mababara ka sa napakasikip na kalye ng Metro Manila. Hindi na nakakagulat na may makita kang kabaong sa tabi ng daan ng mga tao at mga taong nagsusugal sa ilalim ng toldang may pangalan pa ni Kagawad. Pag pinabalik ka ni Waze, matapos ang isang buwan, aba, nandun pa rin ang kabaong sa tabi ng daan, nandun pa rin ang tolda, at pangalan ni Kagawad, 10 na mga taong nagsusugal. The practice of gambling in wakes has sadly formed part of the Filipino culture. As sociologists would say, illegal gambling is used as means to keep mourners around and provide financial assistance to the family of the dead. Sakla, for example, is just another lucrative scheme for illegal gambling operators by taking advantage of the loss of a family member. 60-40 ang hatian. 60% sa operator at ang 40% ay sa naulilang pamilya. Kabahagi sa 60% ay si Police Iskalawag, Barangay Chairman o Kagawad at minsan umaabot pa sa City Hall. Illegal gambling is vulnerable to police harassment which ultimately translates to corruption. Mr. President, the social problems created by illegal gambling such as addiction, domestic violence, indebtedness, and other forms of crimes resulting thereto outweigh its supposed alluring benefits. Illegal gambling must be penalized heavily. As is stated in an article I read, and I quote, "Gambling is an addictive behavior. Make no mistake about it. It is all the properties of a psychoactive substance. It changes the neurochemistry of the brain. In other words, the excitement of the possibility of winning a huge sum of money with minimal investment has a narcotic-like effect on the brain that calls for greater and greater risks in the hope of the big win," unquote. The ultimate goal of this proposed measure is to put behind bars for a significant number of years not only the operators but also those in positions of power colluding with them who knowingly operate with a desire to keep patrons addicted and in some cases indebted without regard to its implications to the Filipino family. Change has indeed come, Mr. President, though some changes resulted in divisiveness. I hope you agree that we should have a common stand in the fight against illegal gambling in the Philippines. It must end here. By the way, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the bank manager in my short story at the opening of this sponsorship speech is my brother. The young police provincial director at that time was a police superintendent who would rise from the ranks to become chief of the Philippine National Police and later Senator of the Republic. His name, Panfilo M. Lacson, your chairman, Committee on Games and Amusement of the 17th Congress. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lacson.
Mr.
Majority Leader.
Yes, to give time to the other senators to study the bill, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill 909 under Committee Report Number 77.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders. Committee Report 97.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
With the permission of the body, I move to consider Committee Report 97.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this is the committee report on the privileged speech and motion of Senator Antonio Trillanes IV on the referral of the alleged involvement of SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas on issues on extrajudicial killings and the Davao Death Squad. Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we ask the Chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, Senator Panfilo Lacson, be recognized.
Senator Lacson is recognized.
Mr. President, fellow members of this august chamber, I have the honor to report on the Senate floor the result of the inquiry in aid of legislation conducted by the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs on the privileged speech of Senator Antonio F. Trillanes IV regarding the public confession of retired SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas on the existence of the Davao Death Squad, or DDS, as embodied in Committee Report number 97. Mr. President, one night in September 2015, an ailing man, while undergoing dialysis in a hospital in Davao City, dreamt that the devil was inside his room. The dream seemed so real, he even had flashbacks on certain incidents of his life, particularly the times when he killed people. He recalled calling the name of Jesus and made a promise to serve his will from there on. Thereafter, he found himself saved by a childlike image appearing from a bright light. He then woke up from his dream and became a renewed man. That was the story of the spiritual awakening of Mr. Arturo Las Cañas. More than a year later, or on October 3, 2016, the same man was summoned by the Senate Committee on Justice and Human Rights to testify under oath as to the alleged existence of and the President's participation and involvement in the Davao Death Squad. Before proceeding, he took an oath before everyone present in this very hall and in front of the entire nation, invoking the name of God to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Mr. President, not only did he deny the existence of DDS, he even declared it as nothing more than a media hype and testified on record that Mr. Edgar Matobato was a liar. 4 months later, he was back here at the Senate and recanted his previous testimony. It is no secret that several members of this august body expressed apprehension in listening to what he had to say. I myself, too, had reservations about giving him another chance after repudiating his previous testimony. I made it on record during our hearing, and I'm stating it once again, that I have grown averse to flip-flopping testimonies made under oath, probably because of similar incidents in the past that directly and indirectly affected my person. My animosity, however, was no excuse to shirk my duties as chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, to which the inquiry was referred. Human experience tells us that lies open doors towards distrust and, more often than not, destroy relationships. In the case of Mr. Las Cañas, the Senate has once again opened its doors to hear what he had to say, only because his statements may be imbued with public interest. Mr. President, at the start of the inquiry, I openly posited two considerations by which Mr. Las Cañas' testimony was to be evaluated. First, it was up to Mr. Las Cañas to prove not only his credibility as a witness, but also the credibility of his testimony. It was not only proper, but right. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, because he was presented as a recanting witness. Having said that, let us be guided by the wisdom of the Supreme Court in People versus Ayuman, GR number 133436, dated April 14, 2004, when it said, and I quote, "Mere retraction by a prosecution witness does not necessarily vitiate the original testimony if credible. That the court looks with disfavor upon retractions of testimonies previously given in court, that the rationale for the rule is that affidavits of retraction can easily be secured from witnesses, usually through intimidation or for a monetary consideration, and that recanted testimony is exceedingly unreliable. There is always the probability that it will later be repudiated," unquote. Mr. President, let us not overlook the fact that Mr. Las Cañas, a person who claimed as someone with close personal relations with the President of the Republic, admittedly tried but failed to close deals and secure contracts with the government, namely Small Town Lottery or STL, franchises, customs brokerage, van terminal, and quarrying. Second consideration is the res inter alios acta doctrine, which states that the rights of a party cannot be prejudiced by an act, declaration, or omission of another. Simply speaking, to successfully implicate President Duterte and other Davao City police officers, it was incumbent upon Mr. Las Cañas to 1. Prove the conspiracy by evidence other than the admission itself. 2. Show that the admission relates to the common object. And 3. Prove that it has been made while he was engaged in carrying out the conspiracy. Mr. President, this committee sought to be guided by the wisdom of our courts because ultimately the matter will fall into their hands should the issue be proven to be more than a political crusade. More importantly, I do not want the Senate of the Philippines to be used as a staging area to condition the minds of the people into accepting baseless testimonies offered to cause divisiveness to this nation. We expected to hear details and receive other proof beyond what was easily accessible to a former police officer like Mr. Las Cañas. The mosque bombings and the deaths of persons such as Pala and Bersabal are of public record. Any person with an evil design could easily fabricate allegations to be inserted in between circumstances already borne by official records. Moreover, his statements with respect to the raid of Alan Tancio's house, as well as the killing of a certain Patahasa or Pasahata or Pasataha family were proven to be lies based on investigations conducted not only by the PNP but also the media. To elaborate, I beg your indulgence, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. May I request your permission to show a PowerPoint presentation of your committee's findings. Number 1, regarding the alleged origins of the Davao Death Squad, based on the statements of Mr. Las Cañas, the tag Davao Death Squad started after his team, composed of the select members of the Davao Police and several members of the rebel returnees, raided the residence of a drug pusher named Alan Tancio. He stated in his affidavit, and I quote, "We were not known as DDS until the raid on the residence of Alan Tancio when Davao City Police Director was Isidro La Peña. Upon checking the service record of now PIDEA Director Isidro La Peña, we found out that he was assigned as the Davao City Police Director from 1996 to 1998. In view of the foregoing, the moniker Davao Death Squad must have been coined sometime between 1996 and 1998. Lo and behold, Mr. President, during his testimony before this committee, Mr. Las Cañas narrated under oath, and I quote, 2001, dito po na-create ang heinous crime group. Isa ako sa mga senior na pasimuno ng Death Squad. Dito din, in between sa mga taon na ito, dito lumabas ang Davao Death Squad. Ang taong 2001, Mr. President, hindi po ito sakop ng 1996 at 1998. Number 2, this committee also conducted a fact check on the details of the raid on the residence of a known drug pusher in Davao City named Alan Tancio. Again, based on both the testimony and sworn affidavit of Mr. Las Cañas, the residence of Alan Tancio was at Bacaca Heights, Davao City. Further, he narrated that the only occupant, a housemaid, was shot and killed. At this point, allow me to show a video report by Ms. Maki Pulido, which was aired on GMA7's State of the Nation with Jessica Soho last February 23, 2017.
Kita pa, may exclusive report si Maki Pulido.
Patayin na at patayin lahat
Nang humarap si retired SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas sa media, isa sa mga unang ikinumpisal niya ay ang raid sa drug den ng umano'y drug lord na si Alan Tancio. Sa raid na ito, una raw ginamit ang pangalang Davao Death Squad.
Nag-compose po kami ng grupo. Ako po, si Major Asentista, SPO3 Jerry Baguhin, SPO4 Paulincio Pabo, SPO1 Jim Tan, SPO1 Junito Ubales, at may iba pa po. At dito, kinuha po namin ang serbisyo na tinatawag na rebel returnees.
Natunto namin ang lugar kung saan isinagawa ang raid. Ang sabi ni retired SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas, isinagawa yung raid sa Bacaca Heights. Pero ayon sa mga residente rito, ang tawag sa lugar na ito ay Garcia Heights, Bahada, Davao. Yung Bacaca Heights, may 1 kilometro ang layo mula dito. Walang binanggit na petsa si Las Cañas, pero kahit may 2 dekada na ang lumipas, naaalala pa ng mga residente ang raid sa bahay ni Alan Tancio.
Yun, lumabas ako at hinahanap ko yung mga anak ko. Pag umpisa sa putukan, wala yung mga anak ko, lumabas ako. So, kita ko yung mga tao dito. Sandali raman yung putukan, pagkatapos alis na agad sila.
Hindi raw hihigit sa 10 armadong lalaki ang nagpaulan ng bala sa di umano'y drug den. Sabi ni Las Cañas, 1 babae ang patay. 2 ang nakitang patay ng mga residente matapos ang putukan. 1 babae at 1 lalaki.
Hindi mo makita mo yung mata lang.
So ano po yung nakatakip po yung muka?
Okay, dito lang makita mo.
Ano yung ginamit nilang pantakip sa mukha nila?
Yung karamihan yung itim.
Parang bonnet?
Nakaganyan. Takot ka na lahat.
Kinatatakutan daw sa lugar si Tancio. Pagkatapos ng raid, hindi na nila muli nakita si Tancio. Wala silang naaalalang na aresto, hindi rin kabilang sa mga napatay ang di umano'y drug lord. Ang naaalala ni Las Cañas na police director ng Davao nung isinagawa ang raid ay si Senior Superintendent Isidro La Peña. Ayon sa mga plake sa isang pader sa headquarters ng Davao City Police, direktor si La Peña mula April 1996 hanggang November 1998.
Mr. President, it is clear that the residents attested that the raid that Mr. Las Cañas was referring to happened in Garcia Heights, Bahada, Davao City, and not in Bacaca Heights, Davao City. Further, contrary to Las Cañas' claim that there was only 1 fatality, the residents, as they clearly remember the incident, attested that the said raid resulted in the death of 2 individuals, 1 male and 1 female. Number 3, Mr. President, among the alleged killings highlighted by Mr. Las Cañas was that of the Patasaha family. Let it be of record that Mr. Las Cañas referred to this personality as Patasaha, Patahasa, Pasahata in his sworn affidavit and testimony. That's fine and understandable, Mr. President. First and foremost, he said that Mr. Patasaha was ordered killed because he was allegedly the mastermind of the kidnapping of a certain Mrs. Abaca, purportedly a prominent person in Davao City. However, based on a memorandum submitted by the PNP Anti-Kidnapping Group or AKG, dated March 3, 2017, there were no available records pertaining to the kidnapping of Mrs. Abaca. Next point, according to Mr. Las Cañas, the involvement of Mr. Patasaha was made known to the police based on information received by certain Police Inspector Patayan, purportedly a neighbor of Mr. Patahasa. Once again, Mr. President, allow me to present a summary of the information gathered by the PNP Region 12 Office. A. Police Inspector Shadi W. Patayan, formerly lived in Pendatun Avenue, Barangay West, General Santos City, and passed away in 2008. Based on respective interviews conducted on Inspector Patayan's sister and daughter, they never heard of the kidnapping and that they never had neighbors living in the area with the family name Patasaha or Pasahata. Even Purok chairman in the person of Roberto Dingal, who lived in the area since his childhood, gave similar statement. and all police stations in General Santos City issued certifications stating that there was no incident, record, or reports connected to the kidnapping of the Patasaha family. Lastly, we noticed a glaring inconsistency in Las Cañas' narration of facts pertaining to the killing of the Patasaha family in his press conference last February 20, 2017, and the affidavit that he signed the day before. During his press conference, he said that members of the Patasaha family were killed in his presence in his affidavit. He said that in his affidavit, he said that he only heard gunshots coming from the small house where the Patasahas were killed. He further added that he did not know how the child was killed because it was dark. Mr. President, it is true that a witness is not expected to give error-free testimony considering the lapse of time and the treachery of human memory as stated in People versus Mirandilla, GR number 186417, dated July 27, 2011. But the pronouncement of the Supreme Court on inconsistencies on minor lapses should not be twisted in order to be applicable to contradictions on relevant matters as to how a person witnessed the commission of a crime. Number 4, Mr. Las Cañas also presented to this committee his narrative as to the circumstances surrounding the death of Gaudencio June Bersabal Jr. As a brief overview, June Bersabal was a former leader of ex-PC soldiers engaged in various criminal activities. He was allegedly killed per order of then Mayor Duterte. To cover up the killing, Mr. Las Cañas claimed that they connived with Inspector Romel Mitra of Sigaboy Police Station to make it appear that Bersabal was properly turned over to the station after his arrest and thereafter escaped during the night. Mr. President, allow me to note that Mr. Las Cañas, together with SPO4 Fulgencio Pavo, SPO3 Jerry Bagohin, SPO3 Stephen Abella, Edgar Matubato, SPO2 Ruben Laguesma, and Police Senior Inspector Romel Mitra were all made respondents on the investigation conducted in the by the CHR on the death of Bersabal. The findings show that there was no clear and convincing evidence presented to prove their involvement and participation in said killing. Having said so, the presumption of regularity accorded to public officials in the performance of duty prevailed. Number 5, then there was the case of Juan June Porras Pala, or more commonly known as June Pala. According to Mr. Las Cañas, he was hired to kill June Pala in exchange for 3 million pesos. He substantiated that Pala was murdered upon instructions of then Mayor Duterte because of the former's attacks against the mayor in his radio programs. Mr. President, it is also difficult to single out then Mayor Duterte as the mastermind of Pala's death, as CIDG 11 report states, and I quote, Mrs. Louie Pala, the victim's wife, executed an affidavit on October 16, 2003, stating that her late husband generated lots of enemies during his political career, both public and private entities, and received several threats to his life, unquote. While it is easy to conclude that motive points to then Mayor Duterte, lest we should not forget that the Supreme Court in People versus Maongco, GR number 108963, stated that motive alone is not proof of a crime. In order to tip the scales in its favor, intent and not motive must be established. Motive is hardly ever an essential element of a crime. A man driven by extreme moral perversion may be led to commit a crime without a real motive, but just for the sake of committing it. Number 6, Las Cañas also claimed his involvement in the killing of Master Sergeant Donald Caigas in 2010. However, in a news report by GMA News Online on July 19, 2011, Colonel Domingo Tutaan said that Master Sergeant Donald Caigas passed away in 2010 due to a lingering illness. In fact, the Department of Justice was furnished a copy of a certification proving his death. During that time, Caigas was a respondent in the preliminary investigation conducted by the DOJ regarding the disappearance of 2 UP students. 7. Lastly, there were also mentions of the killings of the following personalities: Fred Soto, a certain Felicissimo Cunanan Jr., 11 Chinese nationals, a Taiwanese national, and 2 Filipino companions, and an unnamed dance instructor of Mayor Duterte's sister, Jocelyn. Mr. President, these alleged murders were not included in the affidavit of Mr. Las Cañas, and the facts surrounding therein were not discussed in detail in his testimony. As such, the committee was deprived of the opportunity to verify even the mere fact of death of the people mentioned. This portion of his testimony was disregarded due to his failure to establish the corpus delicti therein. Corpus delicti refers to the fact of the commission of the crime charged or to the body or substance of the crime. In order to prove corpus delicti, Las Cañas must have established that 1. A certain fact has been proven. The persons mentioned died, were killed. And 2. The Davao Death Squad and Mayor Duterte are criminally responsible for the act. Mr. President, this inquiry only highlighted the fact that there are individuals who have the audacity to spread falsity before this august body. These untruthful statements given under oath before a Senate committee undermine Congress' constitutionally granted authority to conduct inquiries in aid of legislation. These attempts to impede the legislative branch from performing its constitutional function must therefore be punished accordingly. Despite the fact that perjury and giving false testimony are already criminal in nature, the prevalence of committing such crimes remains. One solution is to impose heavier penalties to serve as deterrent against possible violators. It is also high time to amend the Senate Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation, particularly the provision granting contempt power. At present, there are only 2 instances for a testimony made may be subject of contempt: when he testifies falsely or evasively. As it is currently worded, any witness can change his position or recant his testimony without fear of a penalty. Having said so, amendments should be made to punish witnesses presenting incompatible and inconsistent testimonies. Mr. President, allow me to end by giving emphasis to the fact that mere charge or allegation of wrongdoing will never suffice. Accusation is not synonymous with guilt. There must always be sufficient evidence to support the charge. This brings to the fore the application of the age-old but familiar rule that says, he who alleges must prove. The recantation of Mr. Las Cañas was evaluated in the context of his uncorroborated statement as against public records and evidence that he and other witnesses presented and submitted in the previous inquiry conducted by the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Finally, his recantation was interpreted as a mere sign of his unreliability. Mr. President, contrary to the media statement of a distinguished colleague, Mr. Las Cañas was not denied the opportunity to testify here at the Senate. With no evidence other than his self-serving statements, there was a motion to adjourn the inquiry, which was seconded without any objection from any member of this committee. Mr. President, notwithstanding the inconsistencies and lack of evidentiary value of the testimony presented, stories and allegations as to the so-called Davao Death Squad will continue to plague this nation. One thing is for sure, Arturo Las Cañas is not the person to prove its actual existence, and finally bring to justice the perpetrators of numerous unresolved crimes in Davao City or elsewhere, if proven so. Lastly, Mr. President, there is no better way to conclude this sponsorship speech than the words of retired SPO3 Arturo Las Cañas himself.
Sinasabi niya, magpalit kayo ng posisyon. Siya si SPO3 Pacquiao, ikaw si Senator Las Cañas, dalawa testimonya niya, parehong naka-under oath. Ano raw conclusion mo? Anong tingin mo sa kanya? Normal po na mag-doubt ako.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. To give time to the members to study the findings and recommendations contained in the committee report, I move to suspend consideration of Committee Report 97, Mr. President.
Any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may we have the additional reference of business?
The Secretary is directed.
Additional reference of business, a message from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 22 May 2017, it designated Representatives Umali, Uaminal, Noel, Chepico Jr., and Ferriol Pascual as conferees to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the Disagreeing Provisions of House Number 5513, entitled An Act Adjusting the Amounts or the Value of Property on which a penalty is based and the fines imposed under the revised penal code, amending for the purpose Act Number 3815, otherwise known as the revised penal code, is amended, and Senate Number 14, entitled An Act Adjusting the Amount Involved, Value of Property or Damage on which a penalty is based, and the fines under Act Number 3815 is amended, otherwise known as the revised penal code.
To the Committees on Rule. To the Committee on Rules.
Committee report number 105, submitted jointly by the Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies, and Justice and Human Rights, on Senate number 1468, introduced by Senator Recto, entitled An Act Designating Casinos as Covered Persons under Republic Act number 9160, otherwise known as the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001, is amended, recommending its approval without amendment. Senator Escudero.
Mr. President.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, because of the urgency of the matter, and with the permission of the Chamber, I move to transfer from the calendar for ordinary business to the calendar for special orders, Senate Bill 1468, under Committee Report 105.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
I move to consider Senate Bill 1468 under Committee Report 105.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved.
May we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary is directed.
An Act Designating Casinos as Covered Persons under Republic Act number 9160, otherwise known as the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001, is amended.
Mr. President, to sponsor the measure, may we ask the Chairman of the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies, Senator Francis Escudero, be recognized.
Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, as your Chairman of the Committee on Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies, we humbly submit to this Chamber Senate Bill number 1468, contained in Committee Report number 105. Mr. President, in 2012, Republic Act number 10167, otherwise known as an act to further strengthen the anti-money laundering law, and Republic Act number 10168, otherwise known as the Terrorism, Financing, Prevention and Suppression Act of 2012, were enacted. As a result, these laws prompted the FATF, or Financial Action Task Force, to upgrade the Philippines from the dark gray list to its gray list in the same year. In 2013, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the enactment of Republic Act number 10365 further strengthened our anti-money laundering drive and paved the way for the removal of the Philippines from the FATF's list of vulnerable jurisdictions.
This removal, however, is subject to the condition that the APG or Asia Pacific Group on Money Laundering, an international body monitoring the implementation and enforcement of international accepted standards against money laundering and financial terrorism, shall monitor our compliance with respect to the enactment of a law, among others, including casino operators as covered persons. The Philippines, Mr. President, failed to enact the casino bill by December 31, 2016. In the plenary meeting of the APG on September 2016, the body decided to give the Philippines until June 2017 to pass the required legislation. Failure to enact the required legislation within the given time frame would possibly put the Philippines under monitoring of the International Corporation Review Group of the FATF monitoring, which could eventually result in the blacklisting of the Philippines. Last year, our country barely escaped the FATF blacklist after hackers broke into the Bangladesh bank's account with the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and successfully stole $81 million, which found their way to 4 fake bank accounts in the Makati branch of the RCBC. These monies were transferred to Pilgrim Services Corporation, then delivered in cash tranches to casinos. The heist therefore highlighted the vulnerable aspect of our anti-money laundering efforts and underlined FATF's condition with regard specifically to casinos. The APG, in its report dated November 23, 2016, during the APG high-level visit to Manila, last November 17 to 18, urged the Philippine government to include casinos as covered persons in our anti-money laundering laws before the next APG meeting this coming June and July. Mr. President, this bill is simple, being a mere component of Committee Report number 13, which is now before us in plenary. We therefore used as basis and reference the results of the hearings and technical working group meetings conducted in connection with Committee Report number 13 in proposing this measure in order and in the hope of being able to meet the deadlines imposed. Under the proposed measure, Mr. President, casinos, including internet and ship-based casinos, with respect to all of their casino cash transactions related to all their gaming operations, shall be considered as a covered person. Further, a single casino transaction involving an amount in excess of 5 million or its equivalent in any currency will be considered as a covered transaction. Furthermore, Mr. President, the bill proposes to clarify the extent and breadth of any freeze order or asset preservation order that the Court of Appeals may issue in accordance with established precedents and practices by our courts in enforcing the anti-money laundering law. Lastly, the bill proposes for the drafting of the laws implementing rules and regulations within 90 days from its effectivity by the AMLC, the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation, and other government regulatory agencies as the case may be, such as APECO, CESA, and other economic zones that may have allowed internet or other forms of casino or gambling within their territory. Mr. President, considering the urgency of the filing and approval of this measure, I humbly implore my colleagues for the passage of this bill. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished colleagues.
Majority Leader, thank you. Senator Escudero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know the bill is urgent, but to give time to the members to study the measure, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill 1468 under Committee Report 105.
Will we be taking up the bill today, or?
Yeah, we can take it up later, Mr. President.
Thank you. There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill 1390 under Committee Report 52.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this is the measure on strengthening the Philippine policy on HIV. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation, so I therefore move to recognize the sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros, and to interpellate the Majority Leader, Mr. President.
With the permission of the body, 1 minute suspension.
Session is resumed. The Majority Leader is recognized to interpolate the distinguished sponsor, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Thank you. Will the distinguished the lady from Akbayan favor us with some answers to a number of questions we want to pose on the bill, Mr. President?
It would be my honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. At present, may we know how many cases of HIV and AIDS were reported in the Philippines at present?
Yes, Mr. President. I'm turning to my table. The total, Mr. President, of total reported cases from January 1984 to March 2017, or a period of 33 years, the running total now, Mr. President, is 42,283. If we want to look at the more recent total reported cases from January to March this year, 2017, or a 3-month period, the total reported cases are 2,661, Mr. President.
Thank you. So, well, according to the report of the DOH for 2016, until 2016, there were 33,000 diagnosed with HIV and AIDS cases. Perhaps that started from 1984. Is that right?
I could check that, Mr. President, if that particular statistic also dates from January 1984. But of course, it's a lower number, 30,000 plus, because
But only
it
as of
goes up to
2016.
2016. Yes, Mr. President. Whereas the 42,000 I mentioned is up to March of this year, 2017.
All right. May we know the profile or the profiles of the persons with HIV and AIDS in the country? Age, sex, profession, educational attainment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some demographics here of the data on HIV and AIDS. The breakdown between male and female, for example, from January 1984 to March 2017, male would be 93% and female would be 7%. If we look, Mr. President, at the breakdown in terms of age, ages 15 to 24 years old, again from January 1984 to March 2017, these young people would account for 27% of the total reported cases. From age 25 to 34, 51%, and from ages 35 to 49, 18%, with the remaining 3% accounted for by persons 50 years old and above.
And the profile of profession?
Do we have breakdown of professions? I will get that data for you, Mr. President, as to the breakdown in terms of the professions of the affected persons. I'll be happy to get back to you on that, Mr. President, before the interpellation is over.
All right, we'll await that. In the meantime, about educational attainment, the profile.
Educational attainment.
While you're looking for it, may I place on record the fact that it is indeed correct that what has been being talked about is still the same. The 93% of cases are male.
Yes, Mr.
And according to reports, the #1 cause is MSM, male having sex with male.
Yes, Mr. President.
Correct. Thank you. Will it come later?
I'll
Can
also-
it come later?
Yes, Mr. President,
All
I'll also get back to you on the breakdown by educational attainment.
right. Okay, thank you very much. May I know now the current status of the implementation of Republic Act 8504, otherwise known as the Philippine AIDS Prevention and Control Act of 1998? I was part of the Congress that passed this, so I would like to know the implementation. Has it been effective?
Just to start off, Mr. President, just to start off, Mr. President, the total number of PLHIVs or persons living with HIV who are on antiretroviral treatment or ARTs would be 19,375 as of March of this year, 2017. So that would account, Mr. President, for less than 50% of the 42,000 plus recorded total reported cases. So that would mean also that the aims of the original anti-HIV and AIDS law of the Philippines are perhaps not yet even half accomplished, but it's made progress at least up to that point, as of this point in time, Mr. President.
So can you venture me an answer? Has it been effective or not?
Based on just this one stat so far, Mr. President, then it would appear that it is even a little less than 50% effective so far, Mr. President.
Therefore, the answer is not.
Yes, Mr. President.
So what are the factors that affected its effective execution? Why, Mr. President, has it not been effective? Less than 50% effective. The way I hear the figures from the distinguished lady, Mr. President. So what are the factors?
Yes. For one, Mr. President, condom use in the Philippines is the second lowest in the Asia Pacific, with only 38% of men who have sex with men under 25 years old using condoms in their last sexual encounter, according to a ranking by the UNICEF based on 2009 to 2014 data. Further, condom use of men who have sex with men of any age in the Philippines is very low at only 42%. If we consider, Mr. President, that 93% of the persons who account for total reported cases are male, and then condom use is at only 38% for MSMs, or men who have sex with men under 25 years old, and even for men of any age or MSMs of any age, also still very low at 42%, then this would probably account for one of the less than half, much less than optimal implementation and outcomes so far from the Philippine HIV and AIDS law.
So perhaps that would be one of the factors,
That would
the
be
very low use of condoms.
That would be one of the factors, Mr. President. Further, studies on the recent rate of increase in the incidence of HIV and AIDS would also point to young Filipinos in the 15 to 24 year age range as among the most vulnerable. After ages 25 to 34, which account for more than half or 51% of reported cases, this young group of 15 to 24 account for the second highest percentage at 27%. Right now, there are limitations on the access to HIV testing among young people. Despite the fact that reports from DOH indicate that HIV is now an epidemic of the youth, and very sadly, the DOH is seeing infections even in young children. The current requirement, Mr. President, of parental consent is actually becoming a barrier for voluntary testing among young people who are mature enough to understand the situation and can benefit from the counseling being provided during testing. And therefore, Mr. President, looking at the less than optimal implementation and effects of the current Philippine HIV and AIDS law is the reason that one of the reforms sought in the present bill is to lower the age of consent for HIV testing to young people from 15 to 17 in order to capture that 27%.
From what age?
Right now, Mr. President, they must be of legal age. If they are
18.
Yes, Mr. President, and if they are younger than legal age, they must have parental approval to avail of HIV testing. So we are trying to capture the 15 to 24 age group who make up more than 1/4 of total reported cases as of March 2017.
But you made mention of the presence of HIV also on children.
Yes, Mr. President.
How does this come about?
Well, Mr. President, one of the modes of transmission is also from pregnant mothers and the baby while in the womb. And so, again, this is another area for earlier detection and earlier treatment for better life outcomes, both for the pregnant women and the baby, so that the babies do not contract HIV while even in their mother's wombs, and face this health burden even at the first moment of being delivered into this world.
But that is very minimal because, as you said, only 7% are female, 93% are male. Was there no strategy on, say, morality on these men?
Mr. President, could you repeat the... No, Mr. President.
Kasi condom ang sagot eh.
Well, the
Why
condoms...
not?
Yes, Mr. President. Of course, abstinence is also in our menu of responses to prevent unplanned pregnancies, certainly to prevent sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV and AIDS. But the subgroup of people living with HIV and AIDS who are accounted for by pregnant women were already infected with HIV prior to becoming pregnant, and therefore the virus, the human immunodeficiency virus, was transmitted to their babies while in the uterus, not because of sexual intercourse while they were pregnant, and then the baby was infected, and which, by the way, is not contemplated as an indecent act anyway.
Okay, going
Mr.
to the
President.
second factor that you mentioned, no?
Yes, Mr. President.
Below 24, malaking percentage. 25 up, nabawasan na. And older, nabawasan na. It seems that the older they get, the less adventurous they become. At medyo nag-iisip na siguro. So, below 24 yung danger. Now, in the law, in 8504, is there no emphasis on the information campaign?
There is, Mr. President. And if I may share some thoughts on what the good gentleman has noticed about the shifting in the percentages, perhaps it's I wouldn't want to presume that the sex life of people approaching senior citizenship is any less active than younger people. But I suppose the small percentage of 3% for persons 50 years old and above might be accounted for by the sad fact that since the HIV epidemic began in the Philippines, or was first detected in the 1980s, no? In the 1980s, this was a time that there was still no Philippine HIV and AIDS law. That is why it was warmly welcomed by the health community when it was passed into law. But earlier, Filipinos who were infected perhaps were among the greater number who did not receive the benefit of early detection, early treatment, and most probably suffered the greatest number of deaths from this illness. Yes, Mr. President. For example,
yes.
if we look at the deaths from the whole period of January 1984 to March 2017, the total is 2,124. Well, if we look at the 3 months of January to March 2017, it's 155. So perhaps we are seeing younger sections of the population still alive, living with HIV or AIDS, hopefully receiving treatment, because hopefully their illness was detected and started to be treated at a younger age, Mr. President.
Perhaps. All right, we will accept that. Now, are there any other factors for the ineffectiveness, say, or the less than 50% effectiveness of 8504?
For example, Mr. President, perhaps one factor is also the late introduction of a health strategy that thankfully, belatedly, has been supported by the Dangerous Drugs Board and is contemplated to be implemented by the Department of Health for persons living with HIV and AIDS, and this is none other than harm reduction, which are evidence-based policies, programs, and approaches that aim to reduce transmission of HIV and its harmful consequences on health, social relations, and economic conditions. Harm reduction could in fact include what are contemplated in this bill, such as prohibiting, So this bill contemplates, Mr. President, looks forward to the continued support and implementation by the DDB and the DOH of harm reduction for persons living with HIV and AIDS. There's also the additional factor, Mr. President, of voluntary HIV testing and counseling. It means that people being tested for HIV must not be coerced by individuals or institutions into taking an HIV test. It has been reported by the health community, Mr. President, that in earlier years there seems to have been some difficulty with mandatory HIV testing, which rather than increasing the test-seeking behavior of persons who are vulnerable to HIV infection and therefore would probably more need to know their HIV status, so that if HIV positive, they can seek early intervention and treatment, would have the opposite effect of scaring them away from going in for what should be voluntary HIV testing and HIV counseling. So mandatory testing has served as a brake on, ironically, has served as a brake on the full and beneficial implementation of the current HIV and AIDS law, Mr. President.
I was supposed to go to at a later time on one of your strategies, but you mentioned it as perhaps a factor, while it is less than 50% effective, yung no health strategy, and then you go to mention that the health strategy you're talking about is the harm reduction strategy. It just, I hope you don't mind, but I suddenly was, my antennas suddenly went up when I heard that harm reduction strategy. I hope you are not pertaining to the harm reduction strategy that I fought in the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime in 2008. They were introducing a harm reduction strategy program that will give free syringes to drug dependents or drug addicts of heroin so that it will prevent them from getting AIDS from the others. And they were introducing it in the UN conference. I objected, and we debated in a roundtable discussion. The United States and the Russian representatives agreed with me, and the entire Asian contingent supported me, and we were debating with representatives from Sweden, Switzerland, Netherlands, Norway, I think another 2 or 3 more European countries who were introducing that. And as a matter of fact, I said, if you have enough money to give syringes to your drug addicts, in the Philippines, we are very poor. Just give us the money so that we can give it to the poor people. We have people who go hungry every day. So why will you spend money on syringes for drug addicts? That was the issue that we brought up. I hope this is not the same harm reduction strategy you're talking about, because otherwise I will definitely object, Mr. President. I was about to take this up because I think it's part of your bill, but now that you mention it, may we be enlightened on what you mean by, in the past there was no health strategy, and now you are introducing a harm reduction strategy. What strategy is your harm reduction strategy, Mr. President?
Mr. President, to clarify, I did not say there was no health strategy. In fact, the first comprehensive health strategy for our country to address HIV and AIDS is embodied in the current HIV and AIDS law. And harm reduction is contemplated as an additional component in the bill. And yes, I confirm to the good gentleman that there is no needle and syringe program contemplated for the purposes of this bill. To repeat, harm reduction in this bill refers to evidence-based policies, programs, and approaches that aim to reduce transmission of HIV and its harmful consequences on health, social relations, and economic conditions. Just to further expand on what the aims of this bill are. One is to reform the Philippine National AIDS Council as the main governance platform for the HIV response to guarantee efficiency and alignment with evidence-based approaches to address the HIV epidemic. Second is to establish a national HIV program with clear mechanisms for operationalization and implementation at the local level. Third is to introduce evidence-based, human rights-informed, and gender-transformative HIV prevention and treatment approaches. Fourth is to improve access to HIV services, especially for key populations and vulnerable communities, and ensure social and financial risk protection for those who need to access these services. Fifth is to enhance anti-discrimination protection to promote the human rights of Filipinos living with HIV, key populations and vulnerable communities, and providers of HIV services. Sixth is to promote a more collaborative framework for the HIV response, especially to guarantee the meaningful participation and involvement of civil society, communities, and key populations. And lastly, Mr. President, to guarantee sufficient investment for the HIV response. So these all, Mr. President, constitute the health strategy vis-a-vis HIV and AIDS as enhancing or building upon the current Philippine HIV and AIDS law.
Well, Mr. President, if what you just read is incorporated in Section 23, I will have no qualms, Mr. President, but your Section 23 sounds different. Harm reduction strategies. The DILG and the DOH, in close coordination with the Dangerous Drugs Board and in partnership with the key affected populations, shall establish a human rights and evidence-based HIV prevention policy and program for people who use and inject drugs. Parang pasok na pasok ito sa sinasabi ko na problema, Mr. President. The presence of used or unused condoms, other safer sex paraphernalia, and sterile injecting equipment shall not be used as basis to conduct raids or similar police operations in sites and venues of HIV prevention interventions. I'm suddenly reminded of a program of the DOH which I stopped in Cebu. They were starting to do the harm reduction strategy already in Cebu. And Assistant Secretary Tayag was convincing me about it, and I said, no, we will not allow it. And this is exactly the content of Section 23. If what you read is Section 23, you have no objection from me. But this is, your Section 23 is a very different wordings as what you have explained on your harm reduction strategy. So perhaps we can probably take a step back and study this. As a matter of fact, I will suggest that we change the title of the section, because in the international community, a harm reduction strategy is giving away syringes to heroin addicts. That is the definition, in so many words, Mr. President. So perhaps, well, may I be given a copy of the statements that was just made by the distinguished lady from Macbayan, so that we can study and how we will be able to incorporate it in Section 23, Mr. President.
Mr. President, to reiterate, harm reduction refers to evidence-based policies, programs, and approaches that aim to reduce transmission of HIV and its harmful consequences on health, social relations, and economic conditions. So it is a broad menu of possible interventions, Mr. President, that fall under the rubric of harm reduction. And it is up to each country to select whether to adopt all or to select which some of these strategies to incorporate into their health strategy to address the needs and situations of people living with HIV and AIDS. And I would like to note, Mr. President, for the reassurance of the good gentleman, that in a committee hearing on this bill, the Dangerous Drugs Board itself already agreed that harm reduction, as broadly defined, as I have reiterated earlier, DDB agreed that harm reduction is a part of the health response or the overall health strategy to stop HIV transmission, even among people persons who inject drugs. So even if the Philippines chooses to maintain not providing needle and syringe programs, there is still a wide array of harm reduction interventions that can be considered in the whole menu, and that can be placed in the law of an enhanced HIV and AIDS law or response, so as to prevent the further transmission of HIV among persons who inject drugs.
May I know when the DDB agreed to support this particular program or strategy?
Yes, Mr. President. That was the hearing conducted by the committee on November 29, 2016.
November 29, 2016. And the
Yes,
Dangerous
Mr.
Drugs Board
President.
chair then was?
The resource person, Mr. President, was Mr. Adeva. I can get the complete name.
Well, I wish you talk to the Dangerous Drugs Board chair now, Dr. Benji Reyes, and the executive director of the Dangerous Drugs Board now, as Under Secretary Leng Matibag. Let us hear their comments instead of the person that you mentioned, because I know these two persons will not agree.
I would be very glad to do that, Mr. President, and I'm quite confident to come back to the good gentleman with the confirmation of these two gentlemen that their board supports harm reduction as one of the components of our HIV and AIDS strategy. And in fact, in any case, Mr. President, I would leave it to the Department of Health as to what program or programs it will implement for persons who inject drugs who are suffering from HIV.
I have no problem with people injecting drugs, except injecting illegal drugs, Mr. President. That is my problem. So I hope you don't mind, but I will suspend my interpellation in that case. I have barely started with page 1, but with my page 1. But I really would want to hear from the Dangerous Drugs Board first, the present Dangerous Drugs Board, and not one of those officers there that were sent to attend the hearing. So in the meantime, I suspend my interpellation, Mr. President, and I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill 1390 under Committee Report 52, Mr. President.
Is there any objection?
Just one last point, Mr.
Yes,
President, not
Senator
objecting,
Guerrero.
but just making one last point at this point in the interpellation, that I have noted that in fact, Sir Reyes, the head of the Dangerous Drugs Board, Dr. Reyes expressed support for harm reduction at the recent conference on Did he express support? Did he express support? He expressed support at the International Harm Reduction Conference recently held here in the Philippines, Mr. President. But I shall get back to the good gentleman on even more more updated response from the two gentlemen of the Dangerous Drugs Board so that we can continue his interpellation on harm reduction and other aspects of the bill, but also in particular on harm reduction in order to reassure him about in the precise way in which DDB has, as I said earlier, supported harm reduction, and that we contemplate the DOH implementing it in close coordination with the board. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
President.
you, Senator
Thank you,
Ontiveros.
gentlemen.
There is a motion by the Majority Leader to suspend the deliberation of the Committee Report number 52, Senate Bill number 1390. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier, we mentioned that there is urgency in the Senate Bill 1468. So I move, with the consent of the body, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill 1468.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
May we recognize Senator Francis Escudero for the period of interpellation, Mr. President.
Senator Escudero is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, distinguished Majority Floor Leader. Mr. President, it is my understanding that given among others the simplicity of the measure and the committee amendments that we will be proposing afterwards, that no member registered to interpolate in the measure except that Senator Lacson, I understand, may make a manifestation on the matter. Yul?
May we now recognize Senator Richard Gordon, Mr. President.
This is on the philosophy of the bill, right?
Yes, Mr.
AMLA.
President, Your Honor. Manifest.
I will risk being ridiculed by my questions right now. Please don't mock me. We want money in our country, don't we?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And what is the purpose of the AMLA? Is it that to satisfy the concerns of other countries, among other things, of course, that terrorist money may be flowing in here to finance terrorism activities?
That is correct, Mr. President, Your Honor. And to clarify, we would want money, but not for terrorist financing and not monies emanating from an illegal or dirty source as they have been using the term.
Dirty is a word that is used by those who are clean. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
And who are these clean people who are saying and defining what dirty money is all the time? Are these the Rockefellers, the robber barons in the past? Are these the people who now say that we should not pollute the atmosphere after they put coal in the air? Are these the people that benefited from all the mafia money in the past?
Perhaps, Mr. President, Your Honor, because as the saying goes, it takes one to know one.
Well, I'm sure you know them.
Not personally, Mr. President, Your Honor.
I don't know them. But my point, Mr. President, is makasakay tayo ng sakay. There is a Paris Club, and if we do not follow this, what will happen to us? We're being threatened all the time by, Europe, that if we do not do this, they will harm our economy. And if we do not follow the AMLA, what will happen to us, sir?
Mr. President, Your Honor, they will place us in the black list or gray list or whatever categorization they will place us under, which will put our country under stricter monitoring by either the APG or the FATF, which in turn can make it more difficult for monies to flow into the country. And I'm talking about clean money and not those that are intended to finance terrorism, Mr. President, Your Honor. That is the understanding we have been given.
Well, that is a threat that has not really been proven. As we can see in our jails, drug business continues to flow on, isn't it right?
That has been shown.
A lot of
and proven.
money in Muntinlupa, correct?
That has been shown and proven, Mr. President, in some of the hearings we have conducted.
With the permission of the two gentlemen, just to respond to the question of Senator Gordon, as we were the ones who originally worked on the AMLA before, with the permission of the
We yield to Senator
The minority
Gordon.
leaders recognize.
The effect, Mr. President, of our failure to pass the measure that we are doing today is that our remittances to the country, the remittances to our country will be subject to what they call an enhanced inspection, enhanced examination. The first one affected will be our overseas Filipino workers.
Yes.
Who would remit, who would now be required to fill up half an inch or 1 inch thick of forms, and this will discourage them and go to the gray market for the remittances and all the pitfalls of that system. We experienced that when we delayed our compliance in the originally, I think about 15 years ago or so, in 2001, when this FATF imposed these rules, and the position they took is it's up to you. You need not comply with this, but it is also within our prerogative to conduct enhanced examination on your overseas Filipino workers. At that time, Mr. President, our overseas Filipino workers, for example, in Japan, could no longer avail of the facilities of the Japanese post office, which had branches at every street corner, theoretically, to remit their funds unless they fill up complicated forms, which naturally discourage them from using the formal system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I just would like to reply to that, Mr. President. And of course, these people who imposed that, number one, our own government, we sent the OFWs abroad because we have not tried to get this economy to work so that the future of these people, of our people, can be found in our own country. And so we sent people abroad where at times they're raped, at times they're kicked, they're abused, and then papahirapan ito nagmamalinis sa mga bansa na ito na sasabihin, pagka hindi kayo sumunod dito sa AMLA, papahirapan namin kayo. Anong kasalanan nila? And my question is only this, Mr. President. I'm playing the devil's advocate here. I hope you appreciate it, no? Because I
do, Mr. President,
I
Your
just
Honor.
want to know. I just want to be convinced in my mind, in my conscience, that we're doing the right thing here. Because when you talk about this, when you talk about AMLA, and I see all these OFWs, they're the ones being penalized. And yet our government keeps on sending them. And yet there are so many thousands of Filipinos languishing in jails in Saudi Arabia. At pag tayo tinakot tayo, uy, huwag ka na kumibo dyan dahil baka hindi na tayo payagan magpadala. Are these the people that we are supposed to be protecting from this AMLA, Mr. President?
I agree with you, Mr. President, Your Honor, insofar as the points you raised.
Well,
It is a source of concern and a heavy heart at times, even when I was initially hearing these measures, Mr. President, Your Honor, given that we are being placed in an awkward and difficult situation given the current situation on anti-money laundering legislation, and especially given the fact that we have amended this measure no less than 4 times.
I know, Mr. President. I appreciate the effort of Senate President Drilon before on AMLA and this, but I just want to get to the philosophy behind this, because I want to be sure that we're not servile. When President Duterte, for example, says, I will not accept aid, secretly, inside me, I admire it. In fact, I talked to the German ambassador yesterday. In fact, nagbibigang hell nga ako, sabi ko, magmamartial law yan pagka nagkamali dito sa sulod. And I've said that also in the meeting earlier. But my point is, Mr. President, palagi na lang tayo nabubuli. Sala sa lamig, sala sa init eh. Binuli tayo ng European community. O sumagot tayo. Tingnan niya nasa dyaryo ngayon. Oh no, we're not going to attach anything on aid. Did you read that, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. President, Your Honor.
So in other words, aatras rin eh. Aatras rin eh. And then, I remember when I was in Subic, oh my gosh, I mean, I remember our own government would tell us, there are social costs in Subic. All these bar girls and all that. And then they say, you give us more money, it's okay. Raise the rental, it's okay. Whatever happened to the principal? It's the same thing here, Mr. President. To a certain extent, that sometimes we just cater to what is pragmatic and we don't want to suffer the inconvenience. Sabi nga nung kay Al Gore, the inconvenient truth. The convenient truth is if we don't raise our economy, this is a new form of imperialism, this is a new form of neo-colonialism, where we are told you cannot have coal plants because you pollute the atmosphere after China and the United States has polluted the environment, We're told we cannot do that. We cannot have incinerators when we don't even know how to put where our garbage is. After they've gotten all the conveniences of doing that in the past, where now we cannot, that we are accused of all kinds of things with our indigenous people, when in fact our indigenous people have been treated better than in Australia with the Aborigines, or for that matter, the Indians. So much so that the Prime Minister had to apologize to the Aborigines in Australia. So, Mr. President, I feel that at times, masyado tayong mabait eh. What is wrong if I allow mafia money to come here and lend it to the poor? Let them catch the mafia. Let us catch the crooks. There was a witness here in our committee, Your Honor, si Mendoza. My God, he was saying, oh, I learned how to be a big drug pusher in jail. And I learned that, and then parang negosyante na parang, alam mo, pinaikot ko yung pera, lumaki na ako ng lumaki. And then he was almost bragging here. So, you remember what I told him? I don't respect you. I want to be sure that the kids out there listening on TV don't listen to you. If your father was killed, you killed your father. Take a look at the minutes. I said that. In other words, we don't want to focus on where it's supposed to be. Why can we not, if somebody wants to put money here, didn't Singapore do that before? Didn't Hong Kong do that before? All the money was coming in. People would go, some of our own politicians would take the money in Singapore. And, the kindest kind of all, just recently, the COA is suddenly saying, why are you not taking care of all these Marcos paintings. They're deteriorating. But has anybody ever been punished? Everybody gets away, but we're the suckers. We're the ones that have to bear the burden and be deprived of opportunities. Whereas, if you allow a lot of money to come here, and if we catch them, for example, that situation in Bangladesh, when they brought in money here, the American federal system, they got taken. They allowed the money to come here through RCBC. RCBC got fined, and now we were being blamed as the money launderer. I agree. I'll be the person to say in the casino, we should watch that, because a lot of money is flowing to the casino. Ginagamit pag nanalo, sabi nanalo, para nalilegitimize. But in reality, Mr. President, aren't we being suckered into everything? I mean, allow them to put the money here, let's invest it, and if it comes from somebody else, let the government confiscate it and cheat it. To put it under cheat proceedings. But why should we deprive ourselves? You know, I'll tell you. If a lawyer under this bill, I don't know if it's still in the bill, were to be paid 500,000 in cash.
Not this one.
Huh?
Not this one. Not this one, in the other one.
In the other bill, you would have to report it right away. That's funny. Because if I tell my client, 400,000 na lang bayad mo sa akin para cash, I don't want to pay this government, sabi mo na, I protest against this government. Baka makalusot pa siguro yan. And yet, magalit sa akin ng doktor, tayo mga lawyer, lugi tayo because we wait until the case is finished. Ang mga doktor, sabi nila may boundary, araw-araw, nakuha ko na yung boundary ko. Nabayaran na ako yung cash, walang resibo, nakalusot, meron pa nakalagay doon, pay your doctor, get a tax receipt. They get away with it. Same way, the people in Muntinlupa get away with drug money. The same way the smugglers get away here. We all know that. How much smuggling goes on in Congress and nobody gets punished. And yet, tayo ngayon, kawawa naman yung mga mahirap nating OFW, sila mahihirapan. Excuse me. There's a flaw somewhere and I want to know how we can fix that.
Mr. President, I'm already afraid of what the Honorable Dick Gordon will say in my other bill, because this is the simpler one. And Mr. President, quite frankly, the APJ and the FATF asked for much more than what we are giving them in this bill or than what we have given them thus far. That's why they keep on coming back. Because although we are giving in to some, we are not giving to all. We may not be standing our ground to the extent that the Honorable Gordon has described
It's Gordon. It's Gordon, not Gordon.
Gordon?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Please pronounce my name right.
Kastila po kasi ko eh.
Kastila. Anak ng private.
We have, at least insofar as this bill, I will not say the same about the other bill is concerned, stood our ground on many respects. On many respects. But I agree with the gentleman. Medyo mabigat talaga sa dibdib at pakiramdam, lalo na nung nakaharap namin yung ilang mga kinatawan ng FATF na tila at parang nagdidikta na kung ano ang klase, uri at kailan natin dapat ipasa ang isang panukalang batas.
Make no mistake about it, Mr. President. I am not countenancing dirty money. I'm just making us think of all the profiles of thought on this bill, that there are people who are going to be suffering just to please these so-called clean governments. Mr. President, you know, ang dami-daming kasalanan niya mga yan. Shall I go to the Jews? Their jewelry has been caught and up to now they're trying to claim their money in Swiss banks. Mr. President, siguro mas mabuti pa sabihin natin sa lahat na naglabas ng pera, balik nyo na yung pera dito, mag-amnesty tayo, bigay nyo sa bangko lahat yan, kukunin namin yan para mapautang natin. Baka mas mabuti pa yun eh. Kesa sasabihin nyo, huwag natin ilabas yan. I don't know. I really don't know what this is. I just had to get this off my chest, Mr. President, so that we would get a different perspective on the matter. But to somebody wag a finger, we will take care of you, we will not let you do that, I feel demeaned, I feel diminished. There's got to be a better reason for AMLA other than the threat that we are going to be punished, so-called, by the new masters, using no longer gunboat diplomacy, although it's still there, but using economic power. It's just like, oh, we want trade with you. We will not buy your bananas, which China did to us. Don't you think it? You know, I feel very, very bad when they say, "Oh, we're gonna let your bananas rot because there is something wrong with your bananas," on the piers of China. I mean, there is an inequality because of unequal bargaining strength, I will submit, Mr. President. But at some point of time, we must be, hopefully, more intellectually fortified. Because otherwise, wala eh. And that's all I wanted to say, Mr. President, just to give these thoughts. I mean, I didn't want to belabor my good friend, Senator whom I respect deeply, but I just wanted to get the licks of somebody who just needs to know what is the philosophy behind the law, because we lawyers, we always seek the philosophy behind the law first, behind the policy that we want to do before we do anything in terms of legislation, so that we can understand it. And if only our teachers in law school, instead of proceeding to recitation right away, have also discussed the philosophy of the law, perhaps there will be more principled people and more enforcement of the laws. Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Gordon. Your points are well made.
We likewise thank Senator Gordon for verbalizing some of the things that this representation also agrees with, but perhaps lacks the experience to be able to say it the way he did in the course of his interpellation on this measure. We thank him for his inputs, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Escudero. There being no interpellators, Majority Leader.
No more, Mr. President. I move to close the period of interpellation.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we open the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we only have one committee amendment. On page 4, beginning with the word "if" on line 5 and ending with the XXX on line 22, to delete the same. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
We have no further committee amendments, Mr. President.
Majority
Move
Leader.
to close the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Move to open the period of individual amendments, Mr.
Is there
President.
any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
No individual amendments. I move to close the period of individual
Is
amendments.
there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, again, because of the urgency of the matter, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill 1468 under Committee Report 105.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill 1468.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill 1393 under Committee Report number 55.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this is the measure on on-site in-city for informal settlers. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are in the period of interpellation. So may we recognize the sponsor, Chairman of the Committee on Urban Planning, Housing and Resettlement, Senator J.B. Ejercito, and to interpellate the Minority Leader, Senator Franklin Rilon.
Senator Ejercito is recognized. And to interpolate, the Minority Leader is recognized. Senator Dillon.
Part of your memoirs.
Bakit? Ano, meron ba sila? Congratulations. Do we, before we commence our interpellation, do we have PowerPoint presentations?
No, Mr. President,
So
we'll
can
just
we
show
have-
you some pictures later on.
So can we have the lights first? We can hardly read our notes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, will the gentleman yield to a few questions on this measure?
Certainly, Mr. President, any question from the gentleman from Iloilo, and likewise from someone, will be entertained.
Yes. Before we proceed on the bill, we would like to raise some questions for our information and guidance. And this is on the issue involving the takeover of the housing in Bulacan, the province of Senator Villanueva, which to me sets a very bad precedent and should be handled very carefully. Is it the fear of many is that the way the Kadamay issue was handled encourages a repetition of this practice? In fact, I do not know how true it is, but we hear we hear from coffee shop talk or from media that there are attempts to do something similar in other places. How do we remedy this impression of disregard of all norms of civilized conduct and gross violation of the law?
Yes, Mr. President, I do agree with the gentleman from Iloilo that the Kadamay issue of what they did in Pandi, Bulacan, in taking over the unoccupied AFP and PNP housing was really a bad precedent. No? We are hoping that that will be the last, and I think the President already also reiterated that he will not tolerate anymore such action. Although the President gave it to the request to give those housing units to the Kadamay and promised that he will just give out another and build a new housing units for AFP and PNP housing. But however, I had a chance to talk to the NHA General Manager, the new NHA General Manager, Mr. Escalada, and he said that they will process, but they will still give it to qualified, no? to the qualified beneficiaries. And just in case, and I had the chance also, Mr. President, to have a conversation with the Kadamay occupants and likewise the leaders in Pandi, and we told them that the government cannot afford to give these housing units for free. No? That is my position, Mr. President, that nothing is free because it will be unfair for the others, no? Especially for the other beneficiaries, like for the AFP, PNP, teachers, employees, even the low-salaried government workers, all work hard, Mr. President, so that they can save, so that they can have their own home. So my position is, and we agree with the NHA also, that nothing should be free. And what we told the Kadamay who occupied the said housing units, that they can work for it, Mr. President, no? Especially this time that there are a lot of infrastructure development upcoming, that they can work for it through the Sweat for Work or House for Work program. But personally, it will be unfair to give it for free because everybody works for it, even the low-salaried government worker saves and works hard to have their own home, our own homes in the future.
Is the good sponsor aware of any other incident similar to Kadamay after the Kadamay occupants of after the Kadamay did what they did in Pandi, Bulacan?
Well, based on reports, Kadamay tried to, some elements of Kadamay tried it in Quezon City and in Bukawe, sa an education site in Bukawe, and in Montalban also. Now, they tried, but they were not successful because they were driven up by the security and the homeowners associations in the existing homeowners associations in those areas. So, as of the moment, they were not successful after that Pandi incident.
Of course, nothing in this bill will solve the Kadamay problem.
Well, that's a if there is one thing, Mr. President, that the Kadamay takeover of Pandi was able to give, but it opened the eyes of the public that there is indeed a big problem facing the housing sector. No, at least the people are aware now that they really have to reform, Mr. President, the housing program, because as I have visited, if you will allow me, Mr. President, I would want to show you some slides, no, that I visit after the hearing of the Kadamay issue. This representation visited some housing programs by the NHA, undertaken by developers, no? Okay, this is one, Mr. President, AFP PNP housing also. This one in Baras Rizal, it's called Heroesville. It's also, if you can see, these are awarded houses already, but the problem is the awardees, no, do not want to move in. No, it's awarded already, but they are still unoccupied as of the moment. So it's already, if you can see, the not only gardening dust, but already weeds and the grass already growing. This is the school in one of the sites. This is the one I visited just last week in Barangay Dagatan in Amadea, Tagaytay, another AFP PNP housing. Most of the units are already awarded, but again, the beneficiaries do not want to move in or to use them. But this one again, Mr. President, not all projects are flops, no. This one is a good practice act. Probably I would say housing for ISF from Pasig, no, in the floodway. Now, wherein the good thing about this is that Pasig, no, where the original the informal settlers were originally resided. Now they are now in Tanay, and the receiving local government, which is Tanay, is being supported, no, by the local government, Pasig, no, where they had schools built, high school and elementary, and now they are building health centers, and likewise they have supported the hospital that will be built in Tanay. Yes, that's about it, no? So, Mr. President, I think the problem with the housing scheme of the NHA before is that because of the pricing scheme, no, of socialized housing, NHA and the developers tend to just look for land that is very cheap, no, so that it will be feasible. But the problem is like these projects that I was able to visit, that it is far from the center, no, far from the urban areas, not only urban areas, far from the urban areas. Sometimes it lacks the facilities. There's no water. There's no electricity. It's far from the educational institutions, far from the health center. So that's the thing, Mr. President, that we need to reform. No? That I'm hoping that with what we are proposing right now with the NHA, we are ongoing with the deliberations of the Department of Housing, that this time around we are hoping that the NHA would develop townships. No? That when they develop housing projects, especially with this kind of scale, with these thousands, it should come with health centers. It will be approximate very close to school institutions and other services. So that is what we want to propose, Mr. President, in the reform for the housing program.
Mr. President, maybe I'll take this opportunity to invite the chair of our housing committee to visit the housing project that we did in Iloilo, wherein we provided those services and in cooperation with the private sector. We had 1,000 units of local or row housing, and the Chinese Chamber provided school buildings. A prominent businesswoman provided a church. We even have the informal settlers who we removed from the river, housed there on a use-of-frac basis, meaning they have free use of the property of the housing units so long as they stay there and do not make a commercial transaction out of the government assistance. And we were able to complete the houses, the housing units, not in the condition that that we see here of the housing units for awarded or already awarded to our policemen and soldiers. Indeed, the beneficiaries would not want to occupy these houses because they are not habitable. But again, I reiterate my invitation to the good gentleman to probably visit the model housing project that we had.
Yes, I'd like to thank the gentleman from Iloilo, and I was a witness in the development of Iloilo in the past few years, no? And I would say that, you know, those who were living in the riverside, no, are already housed in these relocation sites, and they are happy because I have also seen the development of the riverside, which used to be very dirty, Mr. President. I saw that those areas, no, were full of junk ships, restaurants that throw all their waste in the river. Now it's very clean. It was dredged, and of course, that's very much a part because the gentleman from Iloilo was very much responsible, no, for that development. And as I would want to mention that there are some successful socialized housing programs, no, done by local government. I think, Mr. President, that one of the key and one of the biggest component in having a successful socialized housing program, probably the most expensive is land. But when the local government and the national government work together, it can produce wonders. As what we have done we have one in San Juan, the St. Josephville, and likewise in Valenzuela City. They have a very successful program which is rental housing, Mr. President. So all I can say is now that the reason why we are pushing for a socialized, for a in-city housing, Mr. President, so that we can also minimize dislocation, no? So that it will be used. No? Because as you can see, what I have shown you here earlier, the AFP and PNP housing, as what the gentleman from Iloilo has mentioned, that is really uninhabitable. The general, the standard for habitat, of human habitat, is about 7 square meters, Mr. President, per person. So
how many?
It's about 7 square meters per person in the international standard. No? So with the 22 square meter house, the one that I showed you, you can only house about the couple and probably one kid. But that is not the case in the Philippines. We usually have an average of about 5 members per family, probably. And since we are a close-knit culture, other members of the family usually live with the couple. So yung 22 square meters, Mr. President, if you have more than 4 or 5 house there, that will be very, very small. So probably that explains the reason why most of the AFP and PNP personnel who were awarded refused to live in this or move in to this housing projects. So probably going back to the question of the gentleman from Iloilo, what we can do so that this should not go into waste, because we spent billions, no, for these housing programs. In Pandi alone, there are about 11 relocation sites. Out of the 18 relocation sites in Bulacan, 11 is in Pandi. And then the one I visited in Amadeo, that is about 2,000 to 3,000 units as well. So that is, we are throwing away billions, Mr. President. And it's not even, it's not helping in addressing the backlog, because we have, the NHA was able to produce a lot of units, but the problem is the beneficiaries do not want to live in them. So probably the solution that I can see in the Pandi problem, in the Kadamay, the other units we can allow the NHA to just redistribute in their discretion, probably for beneficiaries that are qualified, for teachers, local government employees in that area, so that it would not go into waste. Because if you would ask PNP and AFP personnel, I don't think they will really go there, because they will be plucked from where they are, from their provinces, and they will be forced to stay there. So probably that's one of the solutions that we have, so that those housing units will not be put into waste.
Maybe also the gentleman and the housing sector can consider a concept of a use of rock, because in this particular case, the houses are not cannot be used. So in fact, it is not use of rock, because technically, these people, to encourage them to occupy these units, will have to repair the units on their own account, and in exchange for that, they'll be allowed perpetual use of these units. As we said, if we just let the situation stay as it is, you have assets which cannot be used at all, and it's a waste of people's money. My suggestion is do a setup like use of rock or free use, but it's not actually free use, because a condition for the award without any cost will be their commitment now to repair these units and utilize them for housing. So at least we achieve the original objective of providing shelter to our policemen, our soldiers, our teachers, who will now have a decent place, and they have they can have this for free.
Yes, there are a lot of options that we can propose to the NHA, Mr. President. Of course, the suggestion of the gentleman from Iloilo, use of rock, public rental housing, at least it will make it easier for the intended beneficiaries or new beneficiaries, so that we will be able to have we will have a good use, no, for these housing units. It's really a big waste, Mr. President. It's in Pandi alone, I think there total, no, there are about almost 60,000 units, Mr. President, of housing units intended for AFP and PNP. Yeah. That and the occupancy rate, no, for the information of the gentleman from Iloilo and of our colleagues, is only about 13%. 13%. So
I think it's logical to assume that if you give this without any cost to them, except for the repair of and to make it habitable for their own use, this will be attractive, and you will be able to utilize these assets.
And likewise, Mr. President, what I feel what went wrong in the housing program is that this housing program was intended for AFP and PNP, 22 square meter floor area on a 40 square meter lot. But these models were intended for informal settler families who can afford that much. So probably in the future, what we propose to the NHA to come up with different models, because the AFP and PNP personnel, they can afford, I think, no, to, because it is deducted already from their salary. So they are willing to pay, Mr. President, for a bigger unit, as long as it is in a good location. That's their primary consideration, is the location and the size. No? They really feel, Mr. President, that 22 square meters is for them. It's not really habitable, no? Especially for the average size of a Filipino family. I think 22 square meters is just too small. But I think if 22 square meters were in the city, that will be acceptable, Mr. President, because usually those who reside in the city are the breadwinners and those who work. That's why another scheme that will be very successful for in-city housing is the rental housing that the Valenzuela City is following, no? The scheme that they are following. In San Juan, we are following the Usufruct, the same concept, no, or the same scheme that they are following in the Iloilo model of the socialized housing.
Because, Mr. President, when we build a road, the users of the road are not charged for the use of the road unless it's a toll road, which is usually developed by the private sector. You can use this example to justify providing housing at low cost to those who would really need it and would have no means to really afford this kind of a shelter. In any case, Mr. President, let's go to another aspect of this bill, and I refer to Section 23. Section 23. This provision would call for the creation of associations among affected ISFs. Under this bill, the association of ISFs, in coordination with the PCUP and CSOs, shall formulate a people's plan through a process of consultation, which shall contain a site development plan, including non-physical development components such as self-help housing, etc. The association shall agree on, develop, and implement the people's plan. We recognize that this is a consultative process, that you consult the constituents. But the way it is crafted, if the association will not agree to the plan, you can never implement this socialized housing. Precisely, you have an election because you cannot always have a unanimity of action. I am afraid that if we have this kind of a provision in the manner crafted now, this will be a cause of delay and probably frustration, because you know how it is with us. If you have a group of 1,000, a noisy group of 10 will prevent the execution of what otherwise is a project that will benefit the 990. That is what I'm afraid of. Can we have some compromise here? Maybe they can be consulted, but they should not. Concurrence should not be required. Precisely, you have elected leaders and appointed officials because of the delegated power of the citizenry. That's a principle that we follow. Otherwise, you can never govern.
Well, I welcome the suggestion of the minority leader, and if you will introduce amendments, I will gladly accept it with regards to this point. And I do agree with your point, though, that if there are too many, as they say, if there are too many cooks, no, it spoils the it spoils the dish. No, sometimes that's the trouble with that's the problem with the in a democratic society. No, there are a lot of good. There are a lot of smart Alex around, so I do agree. And probably one way that we can move forward is that probably come up with with options, no? Because again, going back to why the old scheme didn't work, is that they only had one model, which was not very pleasing to the eyes or to the beneficiary. So probably we can come up with options, no? Probably three schemes, three price ranges for every project, so that it can satisfy based on the affordability and the capability of the intended beneficiaries. And I do get your point, Mr. President. I do get the point of the minority leader that indeed it will be very hard to move forward if we will have to listen to all the organizations.
We can listen, but we should not make a condition for the implementation of the plan the concurrence of the association. Because in the situation you describe of having three options, the association may even veto the three options.
Yes.
Under the bill that as it is worded now, because they have to agree to the development plan. If they do not agree, your plan of providing options may not even move forward because the association will object to having options, and they'll say, bakit mas maganda yung kanila kaysa amin? And, you know, as you said, smart Alex will be all over the place. I would just suggest that the association be consulted, but the final decision should be on the authority.
I agree with the gentleman from Iloilo and our minority leader, Mr. President, that we can listen and get their suggestions, but it is up to the agencies to implement. No? We can listen.
Decide and implement, yes.
We can listen, but we cannot. It's possible that we will not do what they are suggesting.
We sincerely get their views and consult them because
they'll be consulted.
That is the way to.
Well, the only thing, Mr. President, that's why we came up with this provision is that because, for example, with what happened to these housing programs, they were not even consulted. So it will be good that at least the beneficiaries will be consulted, but it will be up to the agencies, up to the developer to factor in, no, the suggestions, no, but not necessarily it becoming a requisite, because otherwise the minority leader is right that we will not be able to move forward.
Okay. On another point, on Section 29, on funding sources. All right. Your Section 29, the last paragraph provides, quote, in addition to the funding sources provided under Section 42 of this Act, the allocation for the basic services and facilities may be taken by the LGU implementing the relocation or resettlement from the 20% of the internal revenue allotment appropriated for development projects as mandated under Section 287 of Republic Act 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991. Now, Mr. President, I am concerned that this may not pass constitutional scrutiny. Why? Because we are interfering with the manner by which the LGU would disburse their ERA for specific projects. There are two cases decided by the Supreme Court on this. And the basic principle is that local fiscal autonomy includes the power of the LGUs to allocate the resources in accordance with their own priorities. There are two cases decided by the Supreme Court in 2004 and one in 2004, another one which the date of which escapes me. But in both instances, the General Appropriations Act earmarked a few billion pesos as a fund for equalization, etc. And the court struck down this provision as an interference with the power of the LGU to allocate the resources in accordance with their own priorities. So I think we should delete this particular provision, otherwise it may be reason for some LGUs to go up to the Supreme Court and strike this as unconstitutional.
Well, Mr. President, to address the concern of the Senate Minority Leader, the proposed measure with regard to the additional funding is merely permissive. It's not mandatory, but it's not mandatory to impose on the local government units to allocate 20% of their ERA. No? But be that as may, we are open to suggestion or amendment which will be proposed by the Minority Leader, so that we will not be violating any the local government code. No? Of course, it gives the local government the 20% of the ERA will be in their discretion.
All right. So the concept here is that it is a suggestion, it is discretionary, it is not an earmarking.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President. The word is just may. It's not shall, so it's permissive and it's not mandatory.
All right. So we'll
But
probably
case,
reinforce that discretionary nature of the earmarking.
Yes, Mr. President. We will accommodate any proposed amendment from the Minority Leader.
Because the compulsory earmarking of the IRA is the government or is the reason why the appropriation or the earmarking in the case of the LGUs was struck down as unconstitutional in the case of the province of Batangas versus Romulo, case decided by the Supreme Court on May 27, 2004. And if the good gentleman is saying that this is only discretionary, we can introduce the amendment that would reinforce that kind of a concept in order that it can pass scrutiny. That is all, Mr. President. Thank you very much to the gentleman from San Juan for accommodating our questions on this particular case, and we have no more questions.
Likewise, Mr. President, thank you to our Minority Leader. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, if there are no other members who wish to interpolate, I move to close the period of interpolation for Senate Bill 1393 of the committee.
With the
report.
permission of the Majority Leader.
Now that withdraw the motion, Mr. President.
Yes. So you're withdrawing the motion?
Yes, I withdraw the motion.
Thank you. I may have myself listed to interpolate, Mr.
So maybe perhaps ask Senator Onasan
But not today, Mr. President.
not today. Oh, I'm sorry. So I move to suspend consideration of 1393, Mr. President.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you to the sponsor of the measure. Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill 1454 under Committee Report 79.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion's approved.
This is the measure on Agricultural Free Patent Reform Act of 2017. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now in the period of interpellations. So may I therefore move to recognize the sponsor, Chair of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Senator Richard Gordon,
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gordon is recognized.
and to interpellate the Minority Leader, Mr. President.
The Minority Leader is recognized.
118, 119, yeah. 121, 122. Ano yun, yung
You have a 1-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended.
Wow. Ayun ang tinatanggal natin. Pero tinatanggal na natin yung 1.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Can we have the lights on, please, Mr. President? Thank you. Will the gentleman sponsor yield to 1 or 2 questions?
Willingly, Mr. President, with pleasure.
Mr. President, we have gone over this measure, and generally we are very supportive, and
Thank you.
we believe that it is indeed a good measure. And in fact, our interpellation is intended to strengthen the concept that the good author and sponsor would want to incorporate in our law on land titles.
That is how I've always treated the interpretation of the distinguished gentleman, because it improves the law, and at the same time, the debates will make sure that the Supreme Court can look at it and discover what the intentions of the law are. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, the substance of the proposed legislation is found in Section 3. Is that a correct
Yes,
premise?
Your Honor. Yes, Your
And
Honor.
under Section 3, we would want to remove the restrictions under Sections 118 and 119 insofar as the agricultural public lands alienated in that are alienated or disposed under Section 44 of the Commonwealth Act 141.
That is correct, Mr. President.
We noticed, Mr. President, that the restrictions, lifting of the restrictions, are found only in 118 and 119. There is also a restriction in Section 121, which the good sponsor may consider also may consider lifting in order to make it to make the concept of having this land used for development. Section 121 says, except with the consent of the grantee and the approval of the Secretary of Agriculture and Natural Resources, I don't know who this is now, and solely for educational, religious, and charitable purposes or for right-of-way, no corporation, association, or partnership may acquire or have any right, title, or interest, or property right whatsoever to any land granted under the free patent, homestead, or individual sale provisions of this act, or to any permanent improvement of such land. This
gentleman
is a
is,
restriction which you may want also to remove.
Yes, Mr. President, because gentleman is as usual very prescient. If you look at the title of the law, it says and other restrictions, and precisely it refers to this matter of corporations being able to own. They cannot own under the new Constitution, Mr. President.
Yeah, maybe you, but since 121 is not specified in the title, and it's not also specified in Section 3 of the Act, you may wish to include Section 121 in order that the intention is clear.
The gentleman's wish is my command, Mr. President.
We should only have one session.
Minority Leader.
No, Senator Gordon is saying we have only one session and one interpellation, Mr. President. Anyway, that is all for this representation. We have, at the appropriate time, we can include Section 121 specifically as among those provisions which are where the restrictions should be lifted.
There are no objections, Mr. President, and we will do that.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to close the period of interpellation on
Is there
Senate
any
Bill
objection? There being none, motion is
145.
approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to open the period of committee amendments on Senate Bill 1454.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Yes, Mr. President, pursuant to the interpellation made by the distinguished Senate President or Senate Minority Floor Leader, today we would like to incorporate into the title of the law the provision in addition to 118 and 119, 121, Mr. President. And in the line on Section 9, in the title, Mr. President, and in Section 3, Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. President. Sometimes I'm really very tired. So I so move, Mr. President, for the title. Okay,
Could you
Section
please-
3. I will follow the lead, Mr. President, on Section 3.
Section 3,
Line 9,
page,
page 1, Mr. President.
Section 3, page 1.
We will include
Line
9, and after 119, comma, we will include 121. Actually, maybe we should remove and 118, comma, 119, comma, and 121, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you.
Amend the title.
Huh?
Amend the title to include one.
All right. Mr. President, we now move to amend the title, and on that note, Mr. President, on the title, it should say, an act removing the restrictions in the registration of land titles under Section 118, 119, and 122. I'm sorry, 121, I'm sorry, 121. And other restrictions against encumbrance or alienation. So we just add the words, and 121, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
That is all, Mr. President. We move to have the body approve this, if that is possible.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. President. Move to close the period of committee amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Move to open the period of individual amendments, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Individual amendments? No individual amendments. I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to approve on second reading, Senate Bill 1454.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Why are you waiting for an objection, Mr. President?
Because he wants
I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill 1454.
Thank
Is
you,
there
Mr.
any
President.
objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Congratulations.
Pagilinan. Si Cynthia Bilaran dyan?
Senator Joel? Okay lang. Alas ka na.
1 minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session is suspended. Suspend tayo, di ba?
Okay na, naayos ko na.
Oo. Well, saan ba na? Bibi lang. Sige, sige. Sige, babalik. Hindi,
Session is
ikaw na.
resumed.
Meron ka ba?
Majority Leader.
Okay, Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill 1281 under Committee Report 23.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, this is the measure on the Sagip-Saka Act. Parliamentary status of the measure within the period of individual amendments. I move that we recognize Senator Francis Pangilinan to introduce individual amendments.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we're ready to proceed with the amendments. Mr. President, on page 1, line 2, delete the year 2016 and replace it with 2017. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same page, line 6, replace the word fishers with fisher folk. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, on page 3, line 12 and 13, delete the phrase Farmers and Fisher Folk Enterprise Development Council created under Section 8 of this Act and replace it with Department of Agriculture. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Chair hearing none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, on the same page, line 20, delete the word fisher and replace with fisher folk.
Is there an objection? Hearing none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, on page 6, on the same page, line 6 to 7, delete Department of Agriculture and remove the parenthesis in the acronym DA. So
Yeah.
move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, on the same page, line 21, replace fishers with fisher folk. So move, Mr. President.
Is there an objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. Starting on page 5, line 8, up to page 6, line 10, delete sections 8, 9, and 10. So move, Mr. President.
Delete sections 8, 9, 10.
Correct, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
On page 6, line 11, renumber section 11 to section 8. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
On page 6, line 23, renumber section 12 to section 9. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is carried.
Mr. President, on page 7, line 5, renumber section 13 to section 10. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same page, line 8, after the words donors tax, delete the remaining phrase starting with the word end and ending with the word applicable on line 15. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, on the same page, line 16 to 17, delete the entire item B.
Delete item B. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same page, line 18, before the phrase the Land Bank of the Philippines, change the letter C to letter B.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same page, line 20, change the letter D to letter C before the phrase exemptions from income tax. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same page, line 21, after the phrase operations of the enterprise, delete the comma and the phrase as provided under, then insert a colon and the phrase provided that the farmer and the fisher folk cooperatives and enterprises shall register as barangay micro business enterprise pursuant to. Mr. President. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the same page, line 22, after the phrase barangay micro business enterprise, add the phrase, open and close parenthesis, BMBE's Act of 2002. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thereafter, renumber the remaining sections 14 to section 17 accordingly, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved.
And Mr. President, on page 6, line 28, sorry, this is
Page 6. Go back to page 6.
Yes, sorry, Mr. President.
Okay. Line 28.
Yes, Mr. President. After the word mandates, to include the phrase such as but not limited to government feeding programs, comma, calamity and relief operations, comma, and health and nutrition programs, among others, period.
Is there any
So moved, Mr.
objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are no other amendments.
Thank you, distinguished
Mr.
sponsor.
President, I move to close the period of individual amendments. Wala na.
Okay na. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion of the majority leader is carried.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill 1281 under Committee Report 23.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill 1431 under Committee Report 59.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is carried.
Mr. President, may I have a 1-minute suspension?
Session suspended.
Si Ralph. Si Tulong Trabaho, ganun lang din, sasara lang. Thank you, Joel. Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, this is the measure on Tulong Trabaho. Parliamentary status of the measure is in the period of individual amendments. I move to recognize Chairman of the Committee on Labor, Senator Joel Villanueva, to introduce the individual amendments.
Senator Joel is recognized.
Thank you, distinguished Majority Floor Leader. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to propose the following individual amendments to Senate Bill number 1431 under Committee Report number 59. On page 1, line 15, after the word industry, remove the semicolon and add the phrase to primarily address unemployment and job skills mismatch. Then end the phrase with a semicolon. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 2, line 15, insert a new subsection, letter E, which will now read, industry board or body refers to industry organizations recognized by TESDA according to set guidelines and those that are duly authorized to receive funding in accordance with this act. Then renumber the succeeding sections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 3, line 16, remove the entire section 9 and renumber all subsequent provisions accordingly. Thus, the present section 10 will be the new section 9, and at the end of section 9, include a new paragraph which will read, the TESDA board shall provide the guidelines to determine the qualified beneficiaries entitled to receive financial assistance from the Tulong Trabaho Fund. Mr. President, this amendment is in line with the discussions yesterday with the distinguished Senate Minority Floor Leader, Senator Drilon, on allowing the TESDA board, the agency itself, to determine the qualifications of the recipients of the financial assistance from the Tulong Trabaho Fund and avoid the need to amend the law in the future. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 3, line 30, make a new paragraph after the line of the TESDA Secretariat. Afterwards, insert a new paragraph which reads, STPs may be school-based, center-based, community-based, enterprise-based, or web-based programs. The STPs shall initially be determined based on the following considerations. Then the enumeration as provided for in the bill itself follows. And I would like to manifest, Mr. President, that the inclusion of web-based programs as one of the training modalities
will ensure the continuous development of the TESDA online program and e-TESDA. The integration of ICT in TVET will make STPs, Mr. President, more accessible and supportive of the trend in using blended learning in TVET delivery. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 4, line 8, delete the phrase heads of entities and replace with the words industry boards or bodies. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 4, line 17, replace the words recipient institutions with the words recipient industry boards. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 4, line 18, replace the number 70 with the number 80. This is in line, Mr. President, of the comments we received that at least 80% of the beneficiaries of the Tulong Trabaho Fund should be able to pass the Philippine TVET Competency Assessment and Certification System. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 4, line 34, after the phrase of fair and full disclosure, insert a new sentence which reads, an impact evaluation may be conducted from time to time. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
On page 5, line 10, remove the apostrophe after the word entrance. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
That be all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
President, I move to close the period of individual amendments.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill 1431 under Committee Report
Is
59.
there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, may I have a 1-minute suspension?
Session is suspended. Pahinga na. Pahinga na.
Lakad sila. Tito Frank, thank you. Minutes pa daw.
Suot sila. Pwede na. Pwede na.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill 1465 under Committee Report 103.
Is there any objection? There being none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this is the measure on free irrigation act to small farmers. The parliamentary status of the measure is that we're in the period of interpellations. We are awaiting the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, and Senator Francis Pangilinan will interpellate. The interpellator is here. But it seems that we have to wait a while before if the Senator Villar will be back to the hall. May we recognize the Minority Leader, Mr. President?
Minority Leader is recognized.
Mr. President, it's already 7:56. How long do we stay to take up this measure, and we can take it up on Monday? This is not an urgent measure certified by the Office of the President. We can take it up on Monday, and if there are no more questions, we can pass it on second reading before we adjourn. I have only one issue, and that's not even very critical. So we leave it.
But the problem, Mr. President, is that the issue on free irrigation is something that I think the farmers are really waiting for.
Yes, it will be, I assume, that there are no basic objections to this measure. We just, the Senator Pangilinan has some issues to raise, and we can assure passage of this without any objection on the part of the minority group on Monday, and we can pass it on second reading on Monday.
I think the point of the sponsor, Mr. President, is if we are able to pass this on second reading tonight, the 3-day rule may be in effect by next week. But if we pass it on Monday, I doubt if we will be able to consider a 3-day rule on Wednesday. I think that's our problem. Certified? Unless it's certified. Yeah, we can have it certified, I'm sure.
Have it certified. Then that solves the quest to have this passed on third reading next week.
Can I have a moment suspension again, Mr. President?
Session is suspended.
We gave it enough time. We gave it enough time. Mr. President, we're ready to resume.
Session is resumed.
Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of Senate Bill 1465.
Is there any
in the absence
objection?
of,
There being
the
none,
other
motion
members.
suspended.
Mr. President, I move to adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 29, 2017.
Is there any objection? There being none, session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday.
Just an administrative matter, Mr. President.
Minority Leader.
Yes. May we reiterate our request? Next week is the last 3 days of our session. May we request the office of the Majority Leader to provide all the members of the chamber with a list of measures that we intend to take up on interpellation or amendment next week, so that we will prepare and we don't get blamed if we are not prepared on measures which are not indicated by tomorrow, tomorrow's notice of the bills to be taken up on Monday.
We agree, Mr. President. I will sit down with the staff tonight, after we adjourn.
Thank you, Majority Leader. There seems to be no other objections, or being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, May 29.